Welcome to Master Student, where knowledge is true wealth.
Oh, we here, man. It's on, B.
All right. We on?
Yeah, we on.
I am Bobby Hemmitt. I'm here in Brooklyn, New York. Once again, to do a great, what we call the sit-down lecture. And informal, impromptu, we basically just having a discussion. It was more of a seminar, just laid back in a particular way. Adding some meaning or some historical significance to, I guess, biblical stories and other stories that we've grown up with in the particular aspect of these stories are more mystical more than they were historical. If you believe that Jonah was swallowed by a whale historically, then you basically on the road to mental illness. And so in so many words, that's what happened to our people. By these being mystical stories, there's a great deal of bibliography. There's one called The 101 Bible Myths by Gary Greenberg. Bible Myths and their Parallels by T.W. Doon, a new book out called about a year or two ago, called Greatest Story Ever Sold. Moses Mystery, Gary D. Greenberg. All your Gerald Massey works, Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, the last one, Book of the Beginning, second before last, and Natural Genesis, the first book, 6 volumes, are Gerald Massey's lectures, which you can buy about $16 or $17, which is, I think, one of the better synopsis of it, because you can get lost in the actual 6 volumes. Moses and Monotheism, Sigmund Freud,
That's good.
Myths and Deceptions of the Bible. There's so many books over the years. Lost Light, Alvin Boyd Kuhn. Who is this King of Glory, Alvin Boyd Kuhn. The Veil of the 3rd Century, Alvin Boyd Kuhn.
Mystery Man of the Bible, Hilton Hotima.
Hilton Hotima, Mystery Man of the Bible. What is it? Mystery Man, what is it?
Mystery Man in the Bible.
Mystery Man in the Bible. He has a lot of them.
16 crucified.
No, Hilton Hotima.
Percy Gray's 16 Crucified Saviors.
Mystery Man in the Bible.
What's the name of it?
Mystery Man in the Bible.
Mystery Man in the Bible, Red Dragon. He has another one called Hidden Symbolism. Just Hilton Hotima wrote for years. There's so many books. Evolution, Origin of Christianity, which I think is a bit, Evolution, Origin and of Religion, which I think is one of the best books. It's an out-of-print book, been out of print for years, but I think it might be back in print now. Maybe one of the black book companies put it back, but you can also get it from Kissinger. It's not. I think it might be in print by Albert Churchward, which is a hell of a book, which is a student of Gerald Massey. And then, of course, there's E. Valencia Straighton's book, Celestial Ship of the North, which I was instrumental in finding about 10 years ago on a humbug and by mistake, which was also a Masseyite. So there's so many books out that you can get that dismantle this particular aspect of Christianity. Certain books or certain videotapes like The Naked Truth, with Anthony Hill, Jordan Maxwell, and Anthony Hill is on there too. Some other guy.
I forgot the guy's name.
And also Jordan Maxwell, Ancient Egypt, Light of the World. Books like Echoes from the Old Dark Land, Dr. Charles Finch, and the great Walter Williams books, Historical Origins of Christianity, and the new one is Historical Origins of Islam. Going right along, the great guy, Man, God, and Civilization, John G. Jackson, Christianity Before Christ, John G. Jackson, Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth, John G. Jackson. It's just so many tapes by Professor John Henry Clark. I even had some good ones, Moses and Akhenaten, one and the same, which leads us to some texts. The new one is used to be the House of the Messiah, talking about the historical evidence of King Tut being a form of Jesus. Later on now it's called Jesus in the House of the Pharaohs, Ahmed Osman. There's another book used to be Moses and Akhenaten, one and the same, but I think it's called now Moses and Akhenaten, Ahmed Osman. Books by Mustafa Gadala. His books, Hidden Wisdom, all types of hidden wisdom of ancient Kemet, as well as his book Tutankhamun, the Living House of the God of the Lord. There's so many books. You see, so many books. Thrice Great Hermes, G.R.S. Mead, Did Jesus Ever Live, G.R.S. Mead, Gnostic, Fragments of a Faith Forgotten, G.R.S. Mead, the Nag Hammadi Library, translated by James Robinson, the Gnostic Scriptures, Bentley Layton, the new book, The Gnostic Philosophy by Tobias Turton, another book he had called The Gnostics, excellent book, Kurt Rudolph's book, The Gnostics, one of the excerpts from the Nag Hammadi Library, which is the Gospel of Thomas by Harold Bloom. There's so many of these books, and I just want to just give the bibliography for people to try to understand, to dismantle these things, and try to understand that one thing, that all these Bible myths and Quran myths and Old Testament myths share the same thread of information with the rest of the world's mythology. So they're not exclusive groups that this thing just came and happened to. There's hundreds of parallels of Jesus and Horus, and hundreds, if not thousands, of Jesus and Krishna. And I can't think of the lady's name, the one that just put out the book, I think the year before last, Greatest Story Ever Sold. Mm-hmm. But her new one now, she has one out now on Jesus, Krishna, and maybe, I don't know the other, I don't know if she's talking about Horus or either Dionysus. But to give you an example, I'll run down a list of messiahs. There's Dionysus is a Christ figure. Jason is a Christ figure in the Greek mythology. Apollo is a Christ figure in the Greek mythology. Chrysalis is a Christ figure in the Greek mythology. Hercules is a Christ figure in the Greek mythology. I say the Greek mythology because that's the one that basically a lot of the Romans, who basically made Christianity a controlling religion of the state, basically borrowed heavily from the aspect of the Greeks, which we now know have their origins in African mythology. Other messiahs, as you know, Horus has multiple aspects, Khonsu in pre-dynastic aspect, Harakiti, which comes actually out of Ethiopia and later on translated into Atan, but Atan is a double composite figure as At and then Tan. It's a form of the mother Christ syndrome. Atan, Harkiti, Raheru Kahudi, Christ figures, Mithra, Christ figures, Vishnu, East India, Christ figure, Shiva, East India, Christ figure, as you know, Buddha, Christ figure, Abraxas, Gnostic God, Christ figure, the Gnostic Seth, Christ figure, identical with the third son of Adam in the Bible, is where it came from, but even linked to Set Typhon in the Egyptian mythology. Jean Duress, a papyrologist in the 1950s, connected connection with the Egyptian Seth, the biblical third son of Adam Seth, and the Gnostic Seth. And the Gnostic Seth, which Seth is the only survivor beyond Kemet in the later mythologies, because his name is mentioned as one of the patriarchs of one of the sons in the Bible. Also in the Bible, there's, I think it's in Matthew, one of those, you have Hermes, which is the Greek form for Tahuti. So Hermes is in there. You get the book, the Tanakh, which is a big, thick version of the Torah. The Tanakh, you will find tons of entities like Horus, forms of Isis or Aset. These things find themselves over and over again, and not to mention not only the gods, but you know there's 16 different forms of Osiris in the Holy Bible that I talked about years in my books. But you can't find it as the Greek Osiris, but you can find it as WSAR in Corinthians and different ones, or Wusar or Usar, and even one of the demons, Uzzah. It's nothing but a form of one of the devils, and later on degraded into Satan in Christianity. It's nothing but a form of Osiris. We have these things, I mean, so in so many words, there's nothing new under the sun, only that which is forgotten. And if you find out that these religions are not exclusive in that particular thing, that religions thrive on being these sectarian counterparts that grip people, because the people think that this is a unique and exclusive doctrine that no one else ever had. And as a result, you see, this is why we are separated, and no one ever thought to just study the other people's myths. You see what I'm saying? The other people's myths. And I was talking to Brother Ruger today, and I said, you know, I remember I was, when I was at Benedict College down in Columbia, South Carolina, this was in the early 80s, and I used to walk up to they had a 5 Points in Columbia, South Carolina, and they used to have a record store down there called Papa Jazz. And I used to go in there, and the white boys up in there, and there was one white guy that was up in there that was getting a PhD in mythology from the University of South Carolina. And I looked at him in my naivety and my youth, and I was like, what? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, a PhD in mythology? I said, you're not going to ever make any money. Well, of course, I didn't know he could probably, even on the money thing, he could get hired by a major university and just teach mythology. But I didn't realize then how serious mythology was until I started studying mythology years later. And mythology is simple, but it's sublime. And it is the only discipline that you never outgrow. You can always read it to the end of your life, and what it meant one year might vary the next year and the next year and the next year. The woman Wendy O'Flaherty, who wrote several books, she was the erotic aesthetic, Hindu myths, laws of Manu, dreams, illusions, and other reality, evil in Hindu mythology, and just tons of books. The Rig Vedas, one translated, and she said she studied the mythology for 30 years. Since she wrote some of her books, and I think she was speaking at this particular time, that was in the 70s, and she was speaking at this particular time in the late 1990s, and said she's gone in and reread these texts, and they mean something totally different than the meanings that she thought when she translated the text in the 1970s for her books. Because we're talking about something that's written from what they call a pre-human intelligence. It's written at a time when we were gods. So therefore these stories and all these things can turn into never-ending parchments of knowledge and illumination for years and years to come. Years and years to come. So the Christians get mad and the Hebrews get mad when you say Hebrew mythology or Christian mythology, in which it is. There's several, and you got several mythology. You have Raphael Pack, the Hebrew goddess, which is Hebrew mythology. You have Hebrew myths, Raphael Pack and Robert Graves. You know, Robert Graves. There's Christian mythology. Basically all your Gnostic material is Christian mythology. So in so many words, the myths are more advanced than the theologies, because theologies can get to the point that they can get cultural and political. But the mythology, you can have a person that's Native American, and you can have a person that's Eskimo, and then you can have a person that's Asian. And when you study their mythologies, you'll find the basic same motifs. You see, and although they're living on two opposite ends of the world, you go to Africa, you even go to Europe, you see, you go to the Mediterranean, and they have all this mythology from world mythology, and yet they will still have the same basic principles and motifs. So the whole concept here is to get the commonality, and therefore also, and because this is dealing with people that have problems with this thing, therefore you can basically, as a result of understanding the corresponding systems, will get to the bottom of what you really need to get to the bottom of, and don't get stuck in this web of who's wrong and who's right. You know, and just basically, there's an old saying that says, there are those people that study the quilt, and the quilt has patches, and each patch has a design. Each patch has a different fabric. Each patch is sewn together by certain threads of different colors, and you can spend 1,000 years studying the quilt and not even realize that up under the quilt there's an entire bed, and that was just a layer. And so people can study the quilt, or as they say in the black community or popular community, branch knowledge, and never get to the tree. But never decided to turn back the quilt, and there's a whole bed. So the whole concept is there's no religion hiding truth. He who knows one book knows none. You see. And it's unraveling. And what makes sense today will make totally different, might mean something totally different tomorrow. Even as much as last week or last month, I'm finding out things about certain things and getting clearer and clearer on aspects of things. So in that particular case, the mythology or the motifs are very key. So you have John the Baptist. Well, John the Baptist is also in Egypt, Tahuti. And Tahuti is also Anubis, the double Anubis, Hermanubis, because Hermes is the Greek Tahuti. You have Anubis, Hermanubis is one later on resurrected in Greece. But here is Anubis, that's John the Baptist. Then you have Mary and Mary Magdalene. You have Mary and Mary Magdalene. And then and Mary Magdalene rubs the feet of Jesus. But then we have Vishnu, which is the Hindu form of Jesus, has his consort, Lakshmi, which is the form of Mary. And she rubs this one we have here, rubs the feet of Jesus. You see. So your John the Baptist would also be Hanuman, one that is with the Christ and an aid to Vishnu, in Vishnu's incarnation as Rama. You see, as Rama. Another form of the Great Mother is the cat, Sekhmet, which is the Lion of Judah. Later on turned into a male deity. You see, a male deity. But Sekhmet is the great harlot, so she can be Jezebel. You see, in the Bible. And these mythologies, a lot of times, they're not talking about evil, but they're talking about principles. Because it was interesting when we started going back into ancient Kemet, the first thing the Afrocentric scholars did is to try to compare and line up the characters of the Bible with the characters of ancient Egypt. So the first thing they did is Set became the evil Satan. And I remember years later, me and the teacher, C. Freeman L., was sitting out in Atlanta and was looking at some actual, I think it was the King Tut's sarcophagus book with all the funerary things, and there's a picture of, I think it's King Tut, and there's another picture of the goddess, of the Queen Hatshepsut, and different pictures of the Pharaoh standing in the middle of Horus and Set. And right then he knew. He said, "Well, we gotta rethink this concept of good and evil when it comes to Horus and Set, and understand that we're talking about polarities. The Horus and Set and the king standing in between them is no different than the yin and the yang sign that you have in Asia. You see, you have Krishna and his dark brother Balarama. You see." So we have the same motifs in this mythology going on and on. So we're going to go into a couple of things today. I'm going to post a little libation and spit, libation and all, and give some of the entities the props, and then we're going to go. So we're just going to do a little short libation, because the energy is already here and they all know who it is. So we will just do this one. Sorry about that.
Good looking out. Shit.
We'll give one to Hanuman, Vishnu, Lakshmi, Anubis, Osiris, Aset, Heru, Sekhmet, Sekhmayat, Shiva, Parvati, Sati, Hanuman, Ganesha, Kali, Lilith, Layla, Lilith, Apep, Tiger, Sutnesi, Heru, Bahukit, Nuke, Haddock, Rahar, Hewitt, Hamaku, Marcus, Krishna, Radha, Sita, Rama, Sati, Parvati, Agni, Anubis, Heru, Horset, Kansu, Mentu, Mentep Saint Ramanatu, Zarabanda, Kumbanda Universe, Urzuli, Bridget, Dambalaredo, Edo, Adaverdi, Metatron, Metronet, Vim, Boetia, Calipos, Netters, Nibiru, the Titans, Leviathan, Leviathan, Sutan, Satan, Awas, Obas, Ibas, Mawa, Lisa, Yeminya, Mami Wata, Marinette, what's that? Zeta, what is that? Zeta Kuma, who just came forth. Ishtar Monu Noku, Mana Titi Joba, Inmatu, Otincha Tieta Shayola, Shumala Omagumu, Alcala, Lokeo, Kakombo, Labado, Atama Luigi, Odawado, Powa, Leoa, Godugo, Viwasa, Awam, Wudagay, Amatis, Advances, Casimbo, Anubaret, Notorio, Babylonia, Nisabat Isala, Alfio Lokaya, Yakaifa, Bozan, Fleeman, Jimrig, Yafez, Cuparini, Bilfra. Who did I leave out? Anybody that you know of? That you can think of? Huh? Lokai, Lokayo, Kakumbo. Well, let's see. Mama Shola, Madre de la Luna, Santissima Muerte, Santissima Pita Eman, Francisco Tierreo, San Simon, El Cristo Negro, Las Frutas and Tranquilas, El Cristo Rey, Simbi, Barasha, Petro Rada, Congo, Azazel Samaza, Kalipos, Tunnels of Set, Das, Ain sort of oil ketters, Shakma, Tipperis, Hakma, Bina, Malkuth, Baku, Lamayin, Lamat, Hermanubis, Aphrodite, Ishtar, Nana, Astarte, Saba, and I think we pretty much covered as much, I guess that's good enough. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe. To all entities known and unknown, Ashe. All right. Okay, and I'm going to give a great shout out on this one to my Aunt Jane Esther, which is my mother's first cousin that you know, but down south, if that's my mother's first cousin, that's your aunt, based on, who made the transition and was very and is very at peace where she is, at where she is, and also basically had a grand ceremony for her and other people that will be making the transition. So we'll deal with that, and so we're going to go into these particular questions at this particular time. Feel free to jump in the particular discussion. Shit, I think I will get me a little sip. So get the
Yeah, I got
you got a glass over there?
I get one.
All right.
Good, yeah. And also, okay, so let's get with these questions and try to unravel some of these things.
All right. First question. Let's start with Genesis. Out of darkness came light.
Well, basically, you have what is called chaos, or Eros, Erebus, different names for it, Ain, and it is talking about the chaos board, or what is called the nothing. From the nothing you get the absolute. That which is nothing is all potential and is everything. The darkness that we're talking about here is just only the light that the human brain cannot comprehend by being subordinate. You see. So because the human brain does not have the primal origin essence to comprehend it, it appears to be darkness. Now you can break that down to just a regular thought level. Certain things appear as darkness to us when we do not have the aptitude to comprehend it. So in so many words, what we're actually talking about here is a light so bright till it's dark, which is called black light, dark sun. You see. To understand those particular concepts, one is to get a book called Men of Light by Henry Corbin, deals with the black light, or the new book Pregnant Darkness. What's the name of the person? You got the book?
I got the book right here.
The new book Pregnant Darkness by who? It's that Pregnant Darkness, Alchemy and the Birth of Reconsciousness by Monica Wickman, Wikman, Monica Wickman. Okay, is this me?
Oh, yeah, shoot.
Oh, that's me. Okay, Monica Wickman.
All right, let me see that book again.
Pregnant Darkness by Monica Wickman. Alchemy and the Rebirth of the Consciousness, and she's I noticed in here that she's drawn from Henry Corbin's work, Alone with the Alone, and to talk about the black light. The black light. So what appears dark is only appearing dark to the mundane mind of the human brain, which does not have the makeup or the primal essence to see something in the light. So it's a cheat. So that's but we're still talking about that particular darkness from whence we came. And basically we're talking about something that is outside of a manifestation that is later. Something outside of creation. Doesn't necessarily mean that creation, to create something, it means it's an after. It has to be a end product, or it has to be a secondary product. And in this particular case, the creation is only talking about something that is created itself and has shut out its origin. So that would be universe A, universe B. We're talking about universe B. Universe A being the petty universe, universe B being the worlds to come, which is nothing but the return of the old.
Okay.
Or maybe the return of something that was always there, but we were too new to understand that it was always there because we were too undeveloped. So in so many words, humanity is in the last stages of the teenage years. So in so many words, it's not it's something that is incomplete. It is something that has been always coming. The Kabbalistic aspect, they talk about this being incomplete, and when it's completed, it will be called the tikkun, the finished product. You see, and but it is something that is always coming. There, you get a book on Kabbalah and its symbolism by Gershom Scholem, which also talks about this particular process of humanity not being totally complete. So it's ongoing, it's unfolding. You'll also see that in Alvin Boateng's book, Who is This King of Glory? Man is just at the teenage stage and is not completed, not evolved on into adult stage.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But if you understood you in your teenage years, overnight you became an adult. You know, you woke up, it wasn't a gradual thing. You woke up one day and all of a sudden you had pubic hair.
Right.
You know, I can remember wisdom teeth not being there one day and the next day it's there. So we're talking about something that we are on the latter end of a manifestation coming into being. You know, so that darkness is the primal aspect. Primal. Why do they say prime evil? And why is the word evil connected with Eve? All of these things we have to ponder.
Okay.
You see, all those things we have to ponder. We can go on for years on the darkness. There's a book called Kabbalistic Concepts by William Gray. He had a great first chapter where he says, write out a list of everything in your mind that you think is nothing. Well, that trash can be nothing, to give you an example. You see what I'm saying? Not pointing to Shabazz floor saying that it's trash. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about the trash can. This is an apartment, so that's the kitchen over there. So that trash can over there, that's what we're talking about here. I don't want to get the wrong impression. You know, because black people in TV land can take shit the wrong damn way. That Bobby done pointed to Shabazz float and pointed out some trash. No, I'm talking about the trash can over there. So you create a certain amount of things that you might think is nothing. Maybe the lint that picks out of your hair. And after creating a page of what is nothing and adding it all together, it actually becomes something. You see what I'm saying? So there's no such thing as no thing. You see what I'm saying? So that's what these concepts, but William Gray's book, Kabbalistic Concepts, I think, he talks about that nothing. And tell you to get a work list and create what is nothing. And in so many words, you're bringing forth something by doing this, by pondering the nothing. So in the voodoo, when they talk about the drumming, they say it's not the beats of the drums that is most interesting. It is the space between the drums. So the drums have allowed the space in between it, the silence in between it, to be heard. You ever saw and this is gonna be a good ass tape. I feel the spirit already on this shit. Have you ever was listening to a song and in the middle of this, they used to do it a lot in the 70s. They listen to a song and it's jamming and then they would just stop for a minute and then start back. And it would make it interesting.
Right, that pause.
That pause. And it's just the right pause. You understand what I'm saying? Or I've seen some people dance and then they just freeze all of a sudden.
Right.
And that frozen part is the highlight of the whole dance.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, stop. Hammer time.
Right. Or even when you fucking, especially on the male side, and then all of a sudden you just stop. And you notice, not even for the feeling of you, but the sensation the woman gets when you just stop for a minute.
Right. Her attention comes right to you.
She's like, oh, and then all of a sudden she go, oh. Oh shit!
Right. Shit. What?
That's some shit.
Right. Just pause and
Just pause for a minute.
just turn into a statue on that.
Yeah. You see, so these are the concepts. So we are already creating different variations from nothing, from the nothing. So it is the beat in between the drums that's the most interesting.
The sounds.
Right. You see, or
That's hot.
what you would call a nothing as a mistake could be the right thing. So we talked about how the Germans studying the ancient Egyptian religion was so arrogant, they said, Adolf Ehrman, that the Egyptians did not know their own religion. And you can't build a pyramid to this day. You're looking at this thing for 5 years, nigga. You've been in this thing for 2 months. And all of a sudden you have decided with your arrogant ass that here's a people that lasted dynastic 3,000 years, which is longer than any other civilization. You see what I'm saying? As far as, and pre-dynastic, we talk about 10,000 years of civilization, period. But all of a sudden the Germans are going to say, this person did not believe, they did not know their own religion. And he's so arrogant until he could pretty much point out what the Egyptians was doing was wrong. And it wasn't until they had a lot of confusion in the early days of Egyptology, and it wasn't until Faulkner came up and realized, Henry Faulkner, that, oh my goodness, they are purposely building mistakes within the religion, because that is the concept of patterns in the chaos.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Or when they would go to, say, the Greeks have these columns that all look the same, the Greeks and the Romans. When we go to the Egyptian, you have a column that look like this, a column here. They say, what is this crazy shit that the columns are uneven? Until they realized that they were actually copying nature in the marshes and the lotuses in the swamps. Well, there is nothing in nature that is all concise the same way. When it becomes the same cookie cutter way, that is artificial.
Right.
You see, that is artificial. You understand what I'm saying? They were actually, they were actually looking at these things and understanding the mistakes. Just like they talked about back in 1983, Thomas Dolby came out with Blinded by Science. He said, why is this song resonating? All, different races is liking it. They said, well, first of all, Thomas Dolby, which later on did the first song for Houdini.
Okay.
That Magic Wand, that was done by, the music was done by Thomas Dolby. And they shipped it over from England, and Houdini rapped behind it.
Okay.
They said that, what's so unique? They said, well, he purposely built in mistakes in the computer or in the synthesizer that when he's playing the song, it will randomly come up. Randomly come up and made a whole, like science, this just popped up out of something.
Get it out of that cookie cutter.
Yeah.
Thing.
And that is what, so that is the chaos, but that's also the nothingness coming into view in the particular aspect that what black people have done, especially being in the United States, up from slavery, taking nothing and making something out of it.
Okay. Darkness into the light.
Right. Anywhere from jazz to funk. You see what I'm saying? And even into rap. You see what I'm saying? It's all the same thing. That is the genius of the nothingness, and that is what chaos is. Chaos and also we will say this too, that black people change. We've changed in all our art forms. Always leaving shit behind and white folks picking it up and becoming proficient after it, only after we have left it for years. You know what I'm saying? One thing that sounds so awful now is the blues, period. I mean, it's the same thing over and over. When we did it in the 60s, the 40s, the 20s. You see what I'm saying? And white people still playing the same bars of the blues, and it sounds awful. Even B.B. King sounds awful now. Because it's dead.
Oh, right, shit. Right. Been there, done that.
Been there, done that. That's exactly what Miles Davis in the 70s, he said, jazz is dead. Now, jazz at first used to be that which somebody said, you can't do that. And they did it. They took something that was nothing and made it into something. And I said that when Duke Ellington was in Central Park, he said, I don't have time to go back to school or get no classical training. He said, you know, I got to do this now. And the guy said, well, take everything you learned up to now and throw it out the window and just start new. And just start over. And whatever comes out, that's what it's going to be. You see, they won't even be able to critique it because it's never been done before. You see what I'm saying? But it was new, and then later on it died. And so even Miles Davis, who took it on into the 70s and the late 60s, said this shit is dead. So what did he do?
Bitches Brew.
He got Bitches Brew and is basically the inventor of fusion. And that became mixed in with funk. You see what I'm saying? And making a new aspect of it. And to this day, the funk is probably more profound than even jazz was, because it was the funk that was the later aspect that is the basis of what the rappers would use. You see what I'm saying? Even down to their beats.
Gotcha.
You see, it is the basis of it.
Right. I found another civilization within
right.
funk.
You see what I'm saying? And the only reason why they will raise up jazz, they will raise up blues, but they won't raise up funk is because the white boy never truly could play it. You see, he never became a master of the funk. Right. You see, so after you know, he could try to imitate it, but see, the funk is a little bit different. The funk, you can't fake it. It's either funky, can't fake the funk. It's either funky or it's a simulation of some shit. You know when a motherfucker is copying. And it might sound a little good at first, but you say, no, it's got that corny shit up in it. You know, it's still got a little corniness. It's like that disco.
Like Doobie in your funk.
Right. Can you imagine some Doobie in your funk? Oh, it was cool.
Right.
But can you imagine some Doobie in your funk? It's a simulation. You see what I'm saying? But it ain't quite there. It ain't quite the black man in his fucking. Now, yeah, you can do gimmicks, but pound for pound, you understand what I'm saying? It's just like dancing. You know what I'm saying? It ain't quite the black man when it comes to fucking. You see what I'm saying? We so good at fucking till we don't even have to do nothing and it's still good. And that's what the white woman is saying. You see what I'm saying? You know, I wouldn't know, but that's what they're saying. But so here goes again. That's just a brief history of the chaos. Everything. So chaos is the darkness and the light, and change is supreme.
Right. Okay.
And also, yeah.
All right. So now, next question is, I guess we come to the creator. Who's this creator, and why is he so scared of the tree of knowledge?
Okay. You have two things in that particular thing. An extended version, which they tell you in the Kabbalistic aspect, is you can choose two trees. You can choose the tree of life, or you can choose the tree of knowledge. The tree of knowledge is always forbidden. The tree of life is the one that is allowed. The tree of knowledge is forbidden because one will find out, you see what I'm saying, that the creator is a subordinate deity. Get Bornstone's book, the other Bible. There's a part where it, I think in the Gospel of Adam, when Adam is talking to his, which one? Well, I think it's the third son. I think he's talking to Seth. And he says, well, when we were created, your mother came, Eve came and took me all over the heavens. Well, goddamn, Eve had to come and take him all over the heavens and showed him the heavens and said, and then we realized that the God who created us, that we were higher than the gods that created us. So there has to be a tree of life, but the tree of knowledge is forbidden.
Okay.
It's just like the movie Planet of the Apes, the first one. The whole movie goes on and they don't want him to go to the forbidden zone.
Right.
And Charlton Heston is on the horseback and the guy said, well, what will he find in the forbidden zone? Because they're all scared of it because they've been trained to be scared of the dark, scared of the devil, scared of sin. They said, what will he find in the forbidden zone? They said, his destiny. And he went on into the Forbidden Zone and he saw the Statue of Liberty blown up. And the whole movie he thought he was on another planet, the planet of the apes, and he was only on his own planet where he used to be the ruler, and then it blew up and the apes started ruling. The same thing with the black man. Now, we look into the past and we find our destiny and find out that we used to run the show, and now the ape man is ruling. Might I add that the story, yeah,
right.
Might I add this guy Boo Ball wrote it as the black man.
That's right.
Okay.
And the white man in his thesis, his college thesis in France, and they made him change it to get published as the Planet of the Apes.
Oh, okay.
So the Tree of Knowledge means that when they bit from the Tree of Knowledge, or ate from the Tree of Knowledge, their eyes opened and they saw.
Right.
You see. They saw. And they were naked and ashamed. It just also means they were ashamed of the physical body in which they had been thrust in, being
there it is.
when there used to be gods before.
There it is. Right. There it
When there
is.
used to be gods before. So you have to go to get the movie The Last Unicorn. If you don't have it, I got a copy of it and we can somehow get it to the people.
Okay.
It's a cartoon.
The Last Unicorn.
Yeah, Last Unicorn. It came out in 1985. It's a cartoon. Awesome. And in that Last Unicorn, the unicorn has the horns, which represents the pineal gland. There's a book called The Lure of the Unicorn. And those horns are also, and the unicorn and the horns are also mentioned in the Bible also. But she's a mystical being, and she's the last unicorn because there's a king that captured all of them and put them into slavery. And she's the last one.
Okay.
But she don't know why she's the last one. It's just like us. We don't know our history. We don't know, some of us don't even know that we're still slaves.
Right.
And we don't know the tragedy of what went on with our people. Well, she's the last one, and she's trying to find out what happened to the rest of the unicorns. And why is she the last one? Well, it was the king and his red bull put them into slavery under the waves of the ocean. Well, the waves of the ocean always represents the waves of the physical vibrations that flooded us over. So the flood was not the flood of the water. The flood was originally the flood of the physical vibration, because even some people that don't even have, it's landlocked in culture, have a flood story.
Okay. Okay.
But goddamn. So they're talking about the flooding over of the physical. So they trapped the unicorns in the movie under the waves of the ocean.
Right.
And they're in bondage as she goes on this quest to find that. But in the in the aspect of it, she's accidentally turned into a human. And the moment she's turned into a human, she said, I feel this body dying all around me. It is so inferior. She's a mystical being. She's turned into a human and she's crying.
Persephone. Like Persephone.
Persephone. She's crying.
Taken into death.
Taking it, yeah. And she said, I feel this body all around me dying, this death.
Right.
You see, so Adam and Eve was naked and ashamed because they were in this, they finally went beyond the rational functions of the brain and they saw this body around them, and they were naked and ashamed because of this physical body is abnormal and horrid. You see. And horrid. So Persephone is snatched into Hades, and Hades also represents the physical bondage. Egypt, because the story of the Exodus actually was the Egyptian story borrowed by the Hebrews. Egypt, the Egyptians represented represented their land. Their land represented bondage. The physical laws of the Jews are the jewels. Trapped in bondage in Egypt is the physical body. The jewels are trapped in bondage, which is down in the gastrointestinal tract, or the lowest root chakra, where they say go down to the ravenous dragon, which is the actual intestines and recover the pearl that resides there. That's the jewel. And later on, the Jews in bondage in Egypt, in bondage in the physical body. This was a metaphysical story, and later on became historicalized as a literal bondage. You see, a literal bondage. And you go on and stuff.
Okay,
you know.
okay.
I just start.
Oh man. All right, yeah, that's very hard. All right, you touched on it a little bit. I don't know if you want to go a little bit deeper. The next question I had was Adam and Eve. If you want to go deeper, because you know everybody's on this Adam and Eve first person thing. So if there's a little bit more esoterical or occult meaning to these guys.
Well, if you deal with it, if you put it with mythology, Adam and Eve, Isis, Osiris, Solomon, and Shiva,
right.
Pravati, Shiva, Apollo, Artemis, Dionysus, Arachne, Vishnu, Lakshmi. You're just talking about the primordial pair, the primordial two.
Okay, masculine, feminine.
Rex and Regina. The book to get is one called Carl Jung's book, called the Mistrum Canonicum, something like that. The Mistrum Canonicum. I need the book, and it showed these primordial pair that was there in the beginning.
Right.
In the Greek mythology, it is it's a form of Eros and a form of one is night and one is night and one is action or whatever. Let me see. Hold on 1 minute. See if I got something here. Let me see. You know, because
Well, I'm supposed to do the count. Blue drive.
Balakumbele. Balakumbele.
Tyra. Dave. Jazz. What's up? One. Mbala.
Mala.
Big Matt, what's up, bro?
Peace.
That was we gotta hit up the
It's so far, right?
No doubt, man.
So far, like 125th Street.
That's right.
Between 5th and Madison.
14 East.
14 East 125th Street.
Come on
Yeah,
down.
what's
That's
Master?
it.
Progressive Unlimited.
Progressive Unlimited.
There you go.
Man, I saw some stuff in there that was crazy, man.
Yeah.
Dream catches on the money.
Everything.
And I gotta get one of those waterfall joints, the electric joints with the smoke coming out.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
She showed me one with a remote control. It was
I got
crazy.
the remote
Yeah,
control.
leather
with the
masks,
colors
with
and all that
From
stuff.
Haiti.
Now,
Yeah,
I got one of
all
those.
that.
I got one of the leather,
We got everything,
leather
man.
masks from Haiti.
We got so much stuff. We just keep changing up every couple of days, man.
Yeah, and here's the secret, though.
I got the car. No
Yeah,
doubt.
I don't want to blow it up. Here's the secret, but you get some free stuff too. If you're real nice, you got to be real good.
All real nice.
Which one you looking for, John?
Yeah, you got to be
There's
nice
a bunch
and
of
good.
stuff up there. So I got a bunch of stuff up there. Yeah. Make it happen, man.
All right,
Go ahead. All right. Blue drive.
yo,
I should get a shot.
eye opener,
There she is.
eye opener, fool. Midwest.
North, south, east, and west, motherfucker.
You play the map, boy.
Yo, Progressive
you ready?
Unlimited. I gotta get up there.
Are we back?
Yeah.
Back.
Okay.
Commercial break.
One is called Chaos was first. First of all, what the hell was we talking about?
Well, we were talking about Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve, yeah. So we're talking about the first primordial pair.
Right, the primordial.
First was night and darkness Erebus, and the wide tortuous, and there was no earth, nor air, nor heaven. But first of all, the black winged night laid a wind egg in the boundless bosom of Erebus, and from which the revolving sprung much desired Eros has his back glittering with golden wings like a swift whirlwind. Now the point there was a point called these two primordial pair. They talk about there's always this primordial pair that that was in the beginning. the original chaos, night, lux, darkness, or Erebus, and is one particular aspect. And there's some other particular. You can see the book of Erebus in the Blade movie.
Okay.
And there was another aspect of that in whatever it was that married each other. It still goes back to a primordial male and female aspect that became this, which is this androgynous being that, but still male and female, that gives birth to itself. You see what I'm saying? And separates.
Okay.
And from that you get your still primordial pair, which is the same Adam and Eve. I'm giving you an older version of the same aspect of that. But the same Adam and Eve would be your Isis and Osiris.
Gotcha, right.
You see what I'm saying? Right. In one mythology, you see, and basically anytime you would basically, whatever modern telling of a primordial male and female couple goes all the way back to the principles behind it, goes all the way back to the beginning, and that whole 9 yards. And Adam and Eve is no different. That's just a later retelling of the same old story on the Hebrew level.
Gotcha.
You understand what I'm saying? On the Hebrew level, that is misused or misplaced, because the simple fact is they historicalize it. So you miss the principles.
Made them as real people.
Made them as principles. Exactly, instead of principles.
All right.
And all, so that has a lot to do with that. Yeah.
All right. Give me a second. Ready, Scott?
Yeah, before you go on, you're just talking about the pairs, one of them being Aries and Aphrodite, but I think an even deeper pair than that is Hermaphrodite or Hermaphrodite.
Which is Hermes and Aphrodite. The book you want to get is one called Essays on Mythology, The Divine Child, by Carl Jung and Carl Carini, Princeton. You get Hermes, and you have also Aphrodite, and they give birth to a child called Hermaphrodite. You see what I'm saying? Which is also a form of Eros, which is interesting because Eros is also Cupid.
Right.
Later on, Jesus is the same baby Jesus, but it's the Harpocrates is the baby Horus. Cupid is Cupid in Rome and Eros in Greece. But this is interesting here. There's a book called Love and Will by Rollo May. It's out of print, so you might have to go to Amazon. It's called Love and Will by Rollo May. And the aspect of why is it that Cupid is always a baby?
Right.
They say he's always a baby because Cupid is also the god of love.
Right.
Why is he always a baby?
Right.
When he's always a baby, they say because it's indicating that the world is never really complete in the aspect of love. Which means is we get fleeting moments of love, even in our relationships. It's a fleeting moment. But pretty much the world is always antagonistic when it comes to love, because love is nothing but the primal essence of chaos. Love is chaos doubled. So on the other side of love is chaos, and that's why they call love madness. They call love madness. So they said the reason why the baby is always a baby, because he will never be able to fully, completely be grown until the love completes, until the world completes its cycle on into the unfolding of love. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Love is never something that is permanent, because chaos, which is love, is always changing. The laws of chaos is change is supreme. Condensed chaos, first or second page, Phil Hines. Will give you the laws. So love is something that is grasped and it's a form of madness. And there's part of the mythological aspect of our initiation is to go into the level of madness. Well, anybody that's ever been in love, it's a form of madness. Because when you come back to your senses, you go, why in the fuck
did I do that?
Did I do certain things?
Right.
I gave that motherfucker damn near all my shit in my goddamn house.
Right. And I like that shit.
And loved every minute in doing it. Now I need my shit back.
Right.
Hey.
Gave my energy away.
You see.
My auntie gave me that.
But that realm of madness is the only way you can grow, by breaking the monotony. Now, I've been in love several times, but in my times of love recently, the time that I was in love in the recent years, I was able to, by being conscious, I was able to enjoy the love and enjoy the madness. Love is the only time that the madness can turn flaws into beauty. I could be in love and, because a motherfucker got a flaw, that would turn a motherfucker on. That's what turns somebody on. You know?
Right.
It is the only time you can smell somebody underarms and it might be an aphrodisiac.
That's real.
That's real. Oh, yeah,
That's real.
You know, like I said, getting the crust of a motherfucker.
Right. Yeah. You got something in your nose and all that shit. Yeah.
You know, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, it is the only time.
You're no wrong.
But it's a level of insanity. But what is insanity? Insanity is that which does not coincide with the physical laws of the rational, moral, the rational, logical self. It is beyond that. Why do you think we pay thousands of dollars on drugs and different forms of experimentation of music to get that form of bliss, which is the form of insanity? Why do you think we try to get the next comedian to be more funny than the next one and stuff? Because we're looking for that form of insanity.
That joy, right.
That joy and stuff. Because it represents something otherworldly. And that is chaos.
Right, the escape.
The escape. These things are simple, but they seem to go somewhere.
Oh yeah, nigga. Oh yeah.
They seem to go somewhere at all.
Somewhere else. Alright.
Drive on, James. On, James.
Yes.
On, Jeeves.
Yes.
Chegley.
All right.
On, Chegley.
Alright, so we only up to Cain and Abel. Alright, so let's get something on Cain and Abel. But interesting, Adam and Eve have a third son, Seth.
Yeah, we'll
which
get
I
that
see
one.
come up in the Gnostic text.
Yeah, right. Okay.
A lot.
Let's get to Cain and Abel.
Cain and Abel and what
Cain and Abel is the same Cain killed Abel or Osiris killed Set. But
Oh yeah, okay.
Wait a minute.
Osiris killed Set. No. I got it.
Wow,
Set.
yeah, I ain't
Let me get it right
connect
now.
that too.
Damn, Paulo.
Paulo V8.
Set killed Osiris.
Right.
Cain killed Abel. If Set did not kill Osiris, the world would not know death, which is nothingness. The killing of Osiris or the killing of Cain, of Abel, you see what I'm saying, introduces a change. It introduces the enigma. It introduces possibility. You see what I'm saying? It introduces a break in the life stream. Let's just take the mythology now and don't look at the history, because the history is, that's bullshit.
Right.
Look at the principles. If you got first two humans and then you got first two children, that means that the only thing that is in the world is life. only as something different, but to manifest life. You would never know what life is if you didn't have its dichotomy.
The polarity.
The polarity.
Yes,
See what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And that, he goes again, is just explaining chaos. You see. So it's that story of the same primordial story. Up comes the third son, Seth. Now this is interesting because the third son, Seth, is in Egyptian mythology the same Cain that killed Abel. The same Seth that killed Osiris. You see, which is an enigma here, because in Jean Dures's material it says that Seth is found in Christianity, Judaism, and Egyptian. And it is the only one that survived on into the modern era, even into the Bible. So that particular third son is the same Set Typhon.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? It's the same Set Typhon. But it's interesting, when Cain killed Abel, Cain was kicked out of the Garden of Eden. And first of all, they say he went to Canaan, which is named after him, and found a group of people living there. Now wait a minute, how the fuck, if it's Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, the only people on earth, how the hell are he going to get kicked out of the garden and go to Canaan and hook up with a group of people that's living there? There's only one other problem here though, which they don't go further to say that it's in some of the mythology, is when he went there, he hooked up. They didn't tell you what those people were to explain it, because if you look at it historically, that's just idiotic. Now you got to make up your mind. Either there are more people on the goddamn earth, or how the fuck the three humans left gonna go? One of the humans gonna go out and find a group of motherfuckers in another land. Well, if you look at it historically, it's stupid. But they didn't tell you that the group of people that he found in the other land were the giants. And the giants,
they sneaked it in there.
it's in there. The giants are the titans.
Okay.
So here we go, we're talking about another group of people that existed before Adam and Eve.
Right.
Which is the primordial ancestors of Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve is the descendants of the titans.
Which are us.
Which are us.
Right.
And Adam and Eve is just the descendants of that. So it was the giants that he went to, which that means that those titans that they talk about, get Hessed's theogony, any of the creation mythology, of Greek mythology of the titans, of the titans and stuff. There's so many books on it. Robert Graves' Greek Myths. Any Greek myths book deals with that. There's a good one. Give me that book down there. The other one. This was an excellent book. This is like the definitive text. This on the collegiate level is Classical Mythology, 4th edition. Classical Mythology by Mark Poe, P-W-O-W, Morford, M-O-R-F-O-R-D. Mark P-O Morford, M-O-R-F-A-R-D, and Robert J. What's that? Lenardin. Right. Robert J. Lenardin. And they deal with that whole Titan story and that particular Titan story. So it's just some more stuff in that particular Adam and Eve aspect and all, which is nothing but Eros and Psyche. Psyche represents being the new Aphrodite or the new Venus. You know, this is just, I know this might be confusing and stuff, but some of y'all got learning to do, you know, and studying to do, but this is for the adept,
right,
and not the inept.
Oh, yeah.
This is for the monks, and not the chumps.
The chumps.
You know what I'm saying? We late in the game now. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. You dealt with this last night, but it fits here. The whole Noah's Ark thing.
Yeah.
You moved to the Noah's Ark thing.
Yeah. Here again, if you deal with the particular blood story in a historical aspect, the story breaks down into lunacy. You know.
Right.
The nincompoops.
Right, as a historical
Dingbats. You see what I'm saying? But if you deal with it on the metaphysical level or the principle level, it's a great story. But on the nincompoop level,
right.
How can you have a person to put every animal on the earth, two of a kind,
right, two by twos
on the earth in an ark, and there's 100 or over 100 species of dog,
right,
over 1,000 species of birds. And he's in Africa, for those people that want to say the Middle East, how the fuck he gonna get a polar bear? And I do believe that a great whale is bigger than the ark. You see what I'm saying? And if we go by something about the first world being destroyed, might have been some Tyrannosauruses walking around there.
Yeah. I was just thinking that.
And Baranasauruses. You see what I'm saying? Or some Godzilla shit. Rodan.
Nobody eat each other.
So when you look at it that way, you know that it's lunacy. But what they're breaking down in that Noah's Ark is talking about the alchemical story, because the zoo type, or the zodiac, or the zoo type, or all the ancient Egyptian motifs of gods always had animal connections, animal heads, which is talking about naming energies and formulas and frequencies through the zoo type. Well, what reason why would the Egyptians put layer the entire mythology with animal heads? You see what I'm saying? And their gods. Number one, they were crafty to understand that people change, civilizations change, cultures change, customs change. So, but if you put your principles rooted in animals, animals never change. You see, they might have some species that go extinct, but you pretty much know that's an extinct dog or a saber-toothed tiger, but it's still a goddamn tiger.
Right.
Animals never change, so the principles will always be rooted in something that you can grasp. Characteristics. But they were talking about the formulas invested in the body, where they say the original house is burned down, but there's an invisible house that still stands. That's Al chapter 3, Book of the Law, chapter 3. There's an invisible house that still stands.
Right.
Which means, damn, I forgot what was coming with this shit. Which means that you root certain things, you see, in and certain things in something that is going to go into the next world. So these formulas that they talk about, although this so-called world was supposed to be ending, the motifs or the formulas that were of the original essence is inside of the body and is carried on over into a new world.
Right.
So it's transmutated into a new world. And so the story of Noah's Ark and the animals and the different things like that, when you put it in the aspect of the Manu story coming out of the what is called the Vishnu Puranas, the Manu story. The Manu story, when you're talking about the Manu story, then what happens is, in there, they talk about a seed being transplanted into the boat, and the boat being able to survive into the next world.
Okay.
Let me give you an example, another thing about that. So going back, what is the next world? What is the flood? The flood is when the physical world flooded over the spiritual world. And the essence of the original entities that was before the physical world was carried over into the physical body, but the temple or the essence of that remained inside of the body and carried over into the physical flood, but the invisible house still stands. That's where I'm going with this.
Okay.
So the next time by fire, which means when the next level of us being purified, purified by the fire of the Kundalini energy, being purified, our essence will be carried on into the worlds to come, because the fires that's going to purify the essence, you understand what I'm saying, is nothing but a cooking vessel to cook the essence and ferment the essence for transformation or distill the essence into a new existence, a new formula, a new paradigm.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like I said, this is for the depth, not the inept. I know I done lost all the niggas in the TV land, but
at least they
y'all
know there's something
motherfuckers
more
who
than
been studying some shit.
riding the boat.
You know, here's a good book to get on that, is The Alchemy, Get Pregnant Darkness, because a lot of the alchemical stuff is in this book, Pregnant Darkness, by Monica Wickman. Yeah, give me some more questions.
All right, so now we move to the Tower.
So in so many words, I want to get this particular part.
Okay.
The Atlantis story would be equivalent to the Noah's flood. Atlantis used to be a when it was a spiritual world, and it gradually fell into the vibration of the physical laws covering it over. And that's the Noah's story. Just as, now where's Atlantis? Atlantis, we used to be gods and souls and sons that were trapped into the physical world. So Atlantis now exists as our souls. Atlantis would be literally an accurate term for Atlantis would be our souls that sank beneath the horizon, or sank beneath the waves of the ocean, or sank on into the physical. And in this particular case, if you break it down to the physical body, it's our souls sinking into the dormant state of the physical body.
Gotcha.
That's where really the true Atlantis is.
Okay.
You see, and Atlantis rising, the end result will be our souls illuminating.
That's hard. All right, so we move on now to the Tower of Babel, that whole story of the people trying to build this tower to God.
The Tower of Babel is identical to the Noah flood story and the Atlantis story. The Tower of Babel is the different. The Tower of Babel, the tower is the Kundalini energy, the staff of Tahuti, the Djed pillar, the temple of Solomon. You see, there's one of the towers in the temple called Boaz, and it's the pillars. You see what I'm saying? So a group of people tried to build a tower to God, and God struck the towers. Well, Zeus is the god of lightning that strikes things, and so the Titans in this particular case tried to build a tower to God, which means that the Titans tried to raise up the Kundalini energy to get back to the God realm. And Zeus, which is the demiurge, struck the towers and made them into confusion. Gave them or put them into confusion. And they couldn't communicate. Well, the communication, they say, with the different languages, you can't go, they try to do some historical thing. The communication, what it was talking about was that the soul had its own way of communicating with the souls, but they put the complexity of the human brain over the humans on the soul. You see what I'm saying? And it could not communicate the spiritual realm of the soul through the rational consciousness of the brain. Of the brain. You see what I'm saying? So the brain became the Achilles heel, or became the wall, the matrix, that would stop the communication from the original people that tried to build a tower to heavens,
right, to raise back
up to the realm of heaven. You see what I'm saying? Or it can just be, in the scientific metaphysical level, it can just be the human brain. You see what I'm saying? Shooting the spark. The spark is talking about electricity and the electrical wiring of the brain, shooting a spark to the senses of the body, the nerve ending, saying, hey, I'm still here, and this is reality. You understand what I'm saying? Overshadowing the inner tower or the chakra system and all of that, which is the real world.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Which is the real world. So this is, you can break this thing down to the molecular level. You see. So that's what that is. That's what that is talking about. Not a literal people trying to build a tower to God. The tower is the Kundalini energy, which is called. There's a book called The Tower of Alchemy by David Goddard. You see, and that's the tower. The alchemical components are the Kundalini energy, or the Djed pillar building itself back up. The spine. But this is interesting, because next time by fire, the brain had to continue into its course of deterioration till the next time when the tower rises. There will be no form of the brain winning this particular story. As a matter of fact, there's a tarot card called the Tower. And the tower is struck, in this particular case, in the tarot card, and it talks about the tower is struck by the eye of Shiva, and the eye of Shiva is the pineal gland, the eye of Heru, the eye of Ra, the eye of Shiva. But it represents the relinquishing of the old garrison. You see, when the tower is struck this time, with the same kind of lightning, relinquishing the old garrison into the new garrison. So when those towers fell, in the World Trade Center, that was symbolic, spiritually, of the old garrison going away. And that's exactly what's happening. But in the inner body, the eye of Shiva, which means it has to be the Kundalini rising up to the towers, the eye of Shiva striking, you see what I'm saying, the physical body, and represents the destroying the old garrison, or the old guard. Right. In the aspect of the towers. This is tarot book by what's that word?
Gerald Ziegler.
Gerd something.
Gerd Ziegler.
Gerd Ziegler. That's some German shit or some.
Gerd Ziegler.
Gerd Ziegler. It's called A Mirror of the Soul, Handbook for Aleister Crowley's Tarot. Aleister Crowley's Tarot. They have a picture of the card being struck. I should have blown one up. And called the Tower.
I can see it, let me see.
Called the Tower, and the tower is being struck with a big eye that's striking the tower.
Yeah, everything you just said.
A big striking the tower. A good book to get is the new book, Understanding Aleister Crowley's Soul Tarot, by Malo Duquette, which is an excellent book because it is probably one that is up to date and one that gives more motifs since they have more information coming from Egyptian iconology and all. So that's that. Okay. Go right on.
Yeah, that's real good. That's real good. All right, so we move on now to Abraham as the king of the Jews. There's a lot of stories with him. The only one that maybe stuck out to me, and if anybody else could jump in, was he went back to Egypt Sarah, was his wife. He lied to the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh took her, and then he went back to Canaan, as you already taught, was named Abraham as the king.
Abraham, really, if you look at it metaphysically, Abraham is Brahma. You take the word Brahma, descramble it, you get Abraham. There's a god called Ab-Ra. You see what I'm saying? Ab is a form of black. The black sun, Ab-Ra. You see what I'm saying? Ab-Ra. And then you get Ham, which is also black. Abraham, Ab-Ra, Abraxas, Amen-Ra. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Which is just the father. You see, Abraham is the
That's crazy.
king of Israel, or the father of Israel.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So Israel, Isis, Osiris, Ra, because Ra is Osiris also. Amen-Ra. Osiris is called the hidden god. Amen means hidden, and Ra means the son of God, the hidden god. Amen-Ra, Osiris. And El, or Al, is traced to the Chaldean form of Horus. As a matter of fact, the word Horus and Al is the same, which is the Trinity. So Abraham over Israel, the father of Israel, the father of the Jews, the jewels, is still talking about the fountainhead or the priest Amen-Ra, or Osiris, the spawn of Osiris, the spawn of Cthulhu. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also, that's what that's talking about metaphysically. We want to get into this particular thing of Abraham going down into Egypt.
Right.
Because there was a bondage in Egypt.
Right, gotcha.
You see.
Right, not a history book.
Not a historical bondage in Egypt, and built some temples and stuff. And the last temple was built, I think, hundreds of years before Abraham was even born. If you deal with it historically.
Right.
So we're talking about a metaphysical aspect of Abraham, or Brahma, a god that sets over a certain pantheon. Amen-Ra, a god that sets over a pantheon, and even the Lord's Prayer say Amen or Amen
At the end.
at the end. You see, so the Jews didn't take that out, and then all of a sudden in the late 1990s, the Jews who set the standard for TV and all would say, we'll now pronounce it Amun. You see what I'm saying? Amun. So this shit started coming up in 98, 99 and all. Here again, trying to quote the aspect of why is it that in Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, God at the end of your prayers, you say Amen or Amen. And all of a sudden it's Amun. Still trying to cloak the shit.
Right. But it ain't working.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's move on to Sodom and Gomorrah. Everybody knows that story. The only thing that stands out is this Lot's wife turning around, turning into a pillar of salt.
Lot's wife was the only one that survived. A pillar of salt. In alchemy, salt is the same as sun. Sol, solar. The Sol Niger. They told him to leave the city and don't look back.
Right.
But when you look back, you're looking inward. You're looking to the past, but you're looking inward. She was the only motherfucker about her being a woman that's, primordial enough like Lilith and them to go, goddamn well, I ain't following these instructions. I'm going to look back.
Right.
And she was the only one that was illuminated to the high level of the godship by turning into a pillar of salt. Alchemically, that is a form of illumination of the Christ.
She was back in the darkness, turning
Into
off
the darkness and
turning off that light, or getting away from that light. It already existed.
It was called a pillar. Anytime you have a pillar of salt, there you go. That is the illumination. That is the pillar, the Djed pillar.
Tower of Babel.
Tower of Babel, Kundalini in it. She was the only one that was illuminated. You see what I'm saying? Illuminated.
All right, we're going to take a break.
All right.
We're going to come right back with Moses. Go ahead,
All right,
bro.
we're going to deal with Moses now. So the way I did Moses, because there's so many stories with him, I just gave subjects of what he went through. First, let's start with him being found by the Pharaoh's daughter.
Yeah. Well, they said it. The word Moses means to draw out of the water, you know. But then again, we have Moses, Tutmosis, and it's an Egyptian name. It's an Egyptian name. Now the story goes that we can trace it back to Akhenaten. The book Moses and Akhenaten, one and the same. Book Ahmed Osman's book, The Moses Mystery. Akhenaten was born in the Pharaoh's house. Akhenaten came from a lineage of pharaohs that came out of Ethiopia. It was political because what he did was he tore down the priesthood by installing this so-called one God. But the one God, remember, the concept of the one God Aton was nothing that was just something that was new. He got it out of the Ethiopian god Harakahiti. It's Harakahudi or Harakiti, which is a form of Horus in the Ethiopian aspect, and also Aton comes from Ethiopia. At, which is, I think is At and Aton, which is a double composite of mother and son. Gerald Massey talks about it. But he got the concept from his parents, Queen T and those that were a Kushite dynasty. So it wasn't a new invention when Akhenaten overthrew the original priesthood and tried to destroy the pantheon of the house of Amun-Ra, the priesthood of Ptah, the missions of Osiris, and it went to this one god Aton. In so many words, this did not sit well with the priest, and I think that he made a tragic mistake because he misconstrued certain aspects of what religion does, what spirituality. One thing he shouldn't have done was got rid of the actual priesthood. So I think his reign lasted anywhere from 15 years or something like that, maybe 15 to 20 years. But in so many words, the priesthood basically took back the country. Some say he was allowed a safe passage out of Kemet, where he set up in the land of Mesopotamia and Canaan, and that's how his theology got molded into a Mesopotamian type of mythology as far as the names.
Okay.
But now, he supposedly had a high priest of this Moses, Tutmosis character, high priest of Amun-Ra, that helped him coin the religion or fashion the religion to be suitable enough for a group of Nubians, not Nubians, Ethiopians or Cushites that was in metropolitan Kemet at the time. By Akhenaten growing up in the Pharaoh's house, he was learning ancient Egyptian language, and he didn't know the Ethiopian or the Cushite language, and therefore this particular priest, it helped him fashion this Aton dynasty of Tel al-Amarna, which is the capital or whatever of the Aton cult. He knew how to speak to these metropolitan group of Ethiopians or Cushites, and therefore he was credited because he taught them the doctrine of the Aton information that Akhenaten was trying to put forth. He was credited for this, the person that they remember. Remember now, the Torah was written 700 years after Moses' death. These are the historical origins of this particular cult of Akhenaten. Moses and monotheism, Sigmund Freud, the Moses mystery, later on called the Bible myth by Gary Greenberg, and the other book, Ahmed Osman's book, Moses and Akhenaten. So this is your historical aspect, as well as Gerald Massey's Book of the Beginning, Volume 2. The Egyptian origin of the Hebrews as traced from the monuments, 1881. These are your documentation where you can get more of this particular myth.
Right. Okay.
Or historical, I think it's historical something, some type of origins, came out origins of the Old Testament. Dr. Charles Finch's book, Echoes from the Old Dark Land Theme of an African Eve, 1991. Dr. Charles Finch's book. Now, that is the historical story. The metaphysical story is the children are in bondage in Egypt. Egypt representing the physical body of the physical land.
Gotcha.
The Jews are the jewels being in bondage in Egypt, which is the root chakra. Moses, which is the staff, the pillar, the sword, the rod of Moses, which Moses, in the metaphysical aspect of the story, because there are some historical aspects, but the metaphysical, Moses and Tahuti is the same. The great deliverer of Moses, Tahuti, Anubis. Anubis guides the souls through a mentor. Tahuti guides the souls through knowledge, alchemy, learning.
So the staff of Tahuti thing.
And so the staff of Tahuti is the rod of Moses, which is the Kundalini energy. The Kundalini energy rises and takes the jewels, the primordial soul that is stuck in our root chakra, which is your soul, takes them with through the valley, which is the Red Sea, which is the back of your body. If you open up your skin, you'll see blood vessels. And those blood vessels are the Red Sea. And through the Red Sea on into Jerusalem, Heru Salam. Salam means peace. Heru, which is the Christ of light. Parium Heru, coming forth by day. Heru Salam. You also get the word mausoleum. That's where the body lies in the death thing. House of Heru. Heru. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, Horus in peace. Jerusalem means the soul. That's the final resting place of the soul. So the jewels come from the root chakra, rises up to the Red Sea, which is the blood vessels in your back, with the rod of Moses, which is the Djed pillar, which is called shed pillar. Jesus shed his blood, the blood vessels, so you might have life. The Djed pillar, the shed pillar, Jesus shed his blood. The Jedi, the Jedi Knights, you see what I'm saying? The Jedi Knights, you see, Luke Skywalker, the sky, the height, Horus. The falcon goes to is one of the birds that fly so high in the sky so they can look over everything. Luke Skywalker.
The Millennium Falcon.
Millennium Falcon.
With, in the movie.
In the movie.
That's what
Star Wars. Millennium Falcon. The Falcon. Horus. You see. The Jed pillar. The Jedi Knights. Jesus shed his blood. The Jed pillar. The staff of Tahuti. The rod of Moses. The Kundalini energy rising up. Rising the jewels or the particles.
Parts the Red Sea.
Parts the Red Sea. The blood vessels. Parts the Red Sea. With the staff, which is the spinal column going up through the blood vessels on into the promised land.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Amen.
Right on through to the other side.
Amen.
Amen.
And the leaving them out of bondage, leading the souls out of bondage of the physical body into the promised land, illuminating outside of the physical body through the pineal gland. You see? That's what it's talking about.
Okay. Okay, so now the little sub things that I came up with, a lot of them are now irrelevant. I mean, you just took that down, but we can deal with the burning bush.
The burning bush.
You know, he's seen it. And
Yeah.
he's illuminated and got the
This
story.
is the burning bush. Let me see if I got something with the burning bush in it. See if I have something
And you just
with
passed
the burning bush.
That's the burning bush.
Okay.
Yeah, the burning bush.
What's the burning bush?
That's the burning bush.
The burning bush.
The gateway drug.
The gateway drug.
There are two aspects of the burning bush. The bush,
The second one.
even in white people, even in white folks with straight hair, the pubic hair is a bush. Black people, the pubic hair is a bush. The burning bush is the pussy.
Thank you.
God damn.
Because it is hot.
Right.
The burning bush, God spoke. The other burning bush is the Sephirah of the tree of life. This is the tree of life, and this is the Sephirah, and these are called wheels of light. The burning bush, the Sephirah. This Sephirah here, which is the burning bush, is nothing but your physical body. God spoke through the burning bush. Your soul is the Lord, the law. The word Lord and law is the same, but the burning bush is the physical body. You see what I'm saying? Is the physical body, and the Sephirah represents the physical body. But the burning bush is also the Djed pillar, the Kundalini. It burns the fire of the Kundalini. The chakras of the Sephirahs, which is the tree of life.
So he raised Kundalini.
He raised the Kundalini through the burning bush, and he spoke to God, which was his soul.
Right, which is himself.
Spoke to the Lord. You see, which is the soul. He had a metaphysical experience. You see what I'm saying?
That got that information.
Right.
Can we get back to the burning bush and the pussy?
Okay. The bush covers it.
Porno.
The hair.
Too much porno.
But the burning bush should also be the penis, because that's the rod. A hot rod. That's why my big stomach is a hood over a hot rod.
That was gangster.
Way big.
So all that's talking about the sexual aspect, the burning bush, the rod, the staff, the Johnson, the tallywhacker, your dipstick,
The hot shot.
you see. And also, that's the shaft. The rod, the shaft. You see what I'm saying? And all. The Kundalini, the Alabama black snake, which is called the dick. You see. All that is the sexual aspect of Tantra. Tantra.
Joyce.
Yeah.
It's not
The
just
Alabama black snake. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Or the tallywhacker.
All right.
That's for the ones who ain't that much endowed, but you still got a tallywhacker.
A tallywhacker.
A gadip ganu.
A Gary Goodnew.
Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. We goddamn bulls wobble, but we ain't gonna fall down.
That's right.
All right. Woo. All right.
All right. All right. So still with the Moses, the 10 plagues, and well, while we're here, the 10 commandments. Is there any correlation or?
Okay.
10 plagues.
All right. Let's deal with the 10 commandments.
Okay.
The commandments are these laws. In metaphysics, these laws, these scrolls are records, Akashic records. Those records, the 10 commandments, are shattered and crushed up and put into the Ark of the Covenant. The stone shattered and crushed up is the melanin particles crushed up. He even took some of the 10 commandments and mixed them with water and made the Israelites drink it. And it was bitter. That's melanin. Inside, the crushed up inside of the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is also the pineal gland. How do we know that? You have the staff of Tahuti, you got a black dot, and you got 2 wings on the side. You got Kepra, or you got the scarab with 2 wings on the side. You got the black dot with 2 wings on the side. You have the Ark of the Covenant was a box, because a square and a circle is the same. I saw a square, circle, a circle, square. It's the same. It's got the same 4 corners.
Right.
You see? You want to see a circle squared, a X and a square is the same. You look at the top of the pyramid, you will see an X. You look down at a triangle.
Right. From the aerial view.
Right, aerial view. The X, the circle, and all of that type of thing. So you got this box. You understand what I'm saying? And you have these stone in the box. Because it's this sand, if you saw the movie, Ark of the Raiders of the Lost Ark was the sand. You see what I'm saying? But you got, on the box you got 2 angels with wings.
Right.
You see, 2 angels with wings. And the stones in the box is the philosopher's stone, which is the granulated particles of melanin rising up to the box, the wings, the dot.
Illumination.
Illumination. 10 commandments. You see what I'm saying? Crush that stone. It's an alchemical story. You see what I'm saying? Alchemical story. You see. They crushed the 10 commandments because they was worshiping the heavenly cow. The cow is the great mother, Het Heru, Hathor, cow-headed deity.
That's right.
Which is the golden calf.
Right. Right. Okay.
Which, in so many words, that's going to be the final aspect to get back in the good bosom of the golden calf. Well, where's the golden calf? The golden calf rose up in October this year, known as the golden one, Lakshmi. That's the Het Heru Lakshmi. You see. The Egyptian terminology is very ancient. They're so old until they're more of generic terms. They never stopped worshiping the Het Heru in India as the sacred cow in India.
Right.
They don't eat no cow.
Right.
As well as Lakshmi, which is the golden one, the golden calf. And so as a result, Lakshmi is back on the scene. It's the same thing. Venus, the great mother. Venus and Isis is the same, because Isis intervenes in the golden ass story. She's the savior. Get the book Isis Mystery by M. Isadora Foster. But you got the golden calf, and you got all of this stuff. It's the alchemical aspect that is going on here with the 10 commandments, which is the Akashic records, which Akasha means black, melanin, the black substance. You see. You know, the black substance. So all that stuff is a alchemical drama going on.
Right. I just motherfuckers walking around the desert.
Yeah, the desert, sand, melanin. Osiris lives in the desert called Seker. Osiris Seker, or Sor, the desert of Set, the desert of Osiris. The jewels in the desert, the stones, the sand, the grain, the desert, the grain of sand, the salt, the bees, the ants, the jewels. It's all talking about melanin.
Have to do it in the platinum physical particles in the brain.
All of that stuff. Every stone, every alloy, every metal is inside of our human body, but it's separated. It comes back up as a philosopher's stone. The pineal gland synthesizes it into the stone that the builders would reject, will become the cornerstone. But those particles are all throughout the central nervous system, has to come back up into the perfected stone. It's called a purifying mysteries in Gnosticism. Or even in the Bible, they might talk about the purifying mysteries. The distillation into a smooth gem, jewel stone. Lapis lazuli in the book of Revelation. Get Carl Jung's book Aeon. And they talk about the lapis Christ parallel. And look at the lapis Christ parallel and the symbol that he draws for the lapis lazuli is the same as the matrix, is the melanin molecule that melanin is. All this shit is talking about alchemical aspect of things. You see what I'm saying?
All right. So the last thing on the Moses.
I didn't study this shit. It just came.
Okay.
Don't leave.
Okay.
Because speaking of lapis lazuli, was not that the treasured stone of the mother of Akhenaten, Queen Tiye, who had a crown, if I'm not mistaken, made of lapis lazuli, and the color of that being, I guess that purple, the same color that represents the pineal, which is that.
It's a blue thing. Newt says in the book of the law, because lapis lazuli is also in the book of the law. Newt says in the book of the law, I am black to the blind, but for those who can see, I am blue.
Okay. And this would also be blue.
Yeah.
Luke, right? Luke means a kind of bluish. It can mean white, but it could also mean blue.
What? Yeah.
When you were speaking about Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Luke, yeah,
and,
right. So all of this stuff is alchemical. So you see in the book of the law, in the book of Revelation, book of law, you see lapis lazuli. You see the book of Revelation, you see lapis lazuli. In ancient India, Lapis lazuli is a real precious stone. But that's also, it's called the Lapis Christ Parallel. That's in the book Aeon by Carl Jung. You see what I'm saying? This motherfucking tape is some real
that's what I'm talking
shit!
All right. So the
A
last
nigga
thing I
know,
got-
a nigga just know. Say, how you know? What's that nigga from Green Mile?
John Coffey.
John Coffey. I just know, motherfucker. That's how I be knowing.
That's right.
I ain't been got no weapon.
I sure like that cornbread.
Yep.
Them zinges.
You gonna do
Right.
I know. Look at them dance, Bo. All right. So the last thing I have, at least on Moses, is this manna shit. What the fuck is this manna shit?
Mushroom.
Manna.
Mana.
Manna. Okay. There's several aspects. There's a new book. There's a book out called Mana. The dew, let the dew of lights be thy dew. Mana is the sacred mushroom. You see the brother Kalinda's tape, and it shows the sacred mushroom and the spot, the mushroom. But mana is also what Israel ate from while they were in the wilderness.
Right.
In stories in ancient Egypt, ancient India, we talk about people who were breatharians or breatharians. Now, one of the sisters in Atlanta that I was acquainted with, affiliated with, is a sister named Aviva. Aviva went to India and stayed. She went to India for 2 weeks and ended up staying a damn year at Sai Baba's place. Because he said, I charge $1 a week to stay up in this motherfucker. Called her husband at the time and said, hey, I'm staying a goddamn year.
Really?
And she said that they used to have these people. They would have this big river. What's the name of that river? The Ganges? The Ganges River. And they're real poor. Is that in Bangladesh? Is that in New Delhi or whatever? I don't know where it is. I can't think of
the Ganges go through India.
Yeah, go through India. And they used these people be poor, but they would have these people and they would be feeding people. She went down to the Ganges River and they had these women, 2 women, they was feeding people. But they wouldn't eat the food because they were breatharians. And it is said that they didn't even have a digestive system. Because they were being a breatharian for so long, or they were born into that cult until they didn't have a digestive system.
The whole team talks about that too.
Get the whole team on?
The energy.
Even in the book, the autobiography of a yogi, talks about a person now that didn't eat to the point whereas they had to eat the substance from the medulla oblongata and the substantia nigra, which is talking about the deepest concentrated part of this melanin in the back of the head. And they would eat from the melanin. So they said that the mana that Israel was fed in the wilderness that provided nutrition for their diet was nothing but a form of melanin. That is the reason why they say go on the fast. There's more things. They say, people say I went on a fast and then I went into dream time and I went into vision after 40-something days. Because in the gut part of the central nervous, in the intestinal aspect, it is covered over by the intestines or the colon, and food is this stuff down there is a real concentrated part of melanin in the gut called carbonic ash. And that's a real deep concentrated part of melanin. And when they would go on the fast, or they would be able to bring up that substance in the bottom of the gut. And as a result of bringing up that substance in the bottom of the gut and stuff like that, they would go, which is this concentrated form of melanin, or this dormant form of melanin, they were able to go into dream time and able to go into hallucination and able to go into what you call it. Well, we talked about it earlier about you take this drug, and you throw up. Which one do you throw up? And then after you throw up, you go into dream time. Well, in actuality, the great mystery is not the drug. When you throw up, there's a point And I realized this also too, because what happened to me is this. I'll explain all this to you. It'll all come together in a few minutes. I mentioned yesterday, and I mentioned throughout my history, it was 10 years ago I drank 3 gallons of water, 3 to 4 gallons of water, 3 gallons of water a day from Sunday to Wednesday, the first week of January 1995. That was over 10 years ago. This is 2005. And that Wednesday I started time traveling and I went back through time. But what had happened is I drank so much water until I loosened up some of that carbonic ash. Go down to the ravenous dragon and recover the pearl that resides there. Well, inside of our body is a particle of light, just like this fire, but it's invisible. But just like this fire is giving away this soot around this candle, that's what melanin is making melanin. The melanin is coming from a fire inside of our body down in the lower gastrointestinal tract, which is our soul, and it is producing this melanin. But around that area of the gut, where the gut, and on deeper down into the anus and the root, that's why sex is that way. I'll give you 2 examples. Is the most concentrated part of melanin, because the simple fact here is it is hidden up under the gastrointestinal tract of the colon. See what I'm saying? So the water that I got unloosened some of that shit. And as a result, I went back into time travel, because that's all we are, is the Akashic records. Which is metal, Akasha, black. That's why they call a girl Akasha. And I was able to time travel. After drinking the water, I must have opened up something in me that I was not able to close. I opened up a gate that wasn't able to close back. That was 1995. It wasn't until 1998 that I was talking. So between 1995 and 1998, especially from 1995 to 1997, every month or every 2 weeks, I would throw up. I was throwing up from 1995 to 1997, and what had happened was, I didn't know what was going on, but I do know one thing. Every time I would throw up, I would get high like drinking a case of Coke 45, or Old English 800, a night train, Magnum. I would get high every time I would throw up. I don't know why I was throwing up. And it wasn't until 1998, and the only way that I stopped throwing up, is I had to get back on the meat. When I got back on the meat, I stopped throwing up. But ever since then, I activated something inside of me, because now I can drink 1 tall glass of water and bend over like this in a few minutes. The pump cuts on and I throw up. I activated a chakra. I didn't know it until 1998 when I was talking to C3 Manel, and he said, well, throwing up sometimes is good. I say, why? He said, there's a little nozzle up under there and a chakra. And you activate that. And I didn't know that I activated the chakra, but I got a spiritual man that gave me this ring and gave me this called Juju. I talk about it. And Juju, his wife used to say, you know, Juju smell the wrong thing. He'll go out there and throw up. So whatever it was, I activated this chakra inside of me. And this acted to this day. I could throw up at will. Drink 2 glasses of water and stand over the toilet and bend down, and this puck comes on it and it shoots out. But after I get through, I'm drunk and I'm high, because that's all that melanin and stuff that's down there. Coming up. Now the next thing is the sex tantra thing. I did the tantra thing to the point where, as I wasn't nutting for a while and I was screwing, and I fucked one night real good, and then when the party left, I was sitting on my bed and I didn't know what house I was in. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know where the fuck I was. I was lost in my own damn house, in my own bed. I said, where is this place? It's like on that movie, you remember the movie what's the movie, Wag the Dog?
Right.
Woody Allen was on the plane and he woke up and said, where am I? Who are you sons of bitches?
Right.
And wrecked the plane and shit.
Yeah, where's the beans?
Or either, where's the beans?
The beans.
Or either, you in love, and one night you wake up and you look at this motherfucker and you go, who the fuck are you? I don't even know who the fuck you are. And shit. Who the fuck are you?
How did you get here?
Is this my house?
Is this my car?
Is this my car?
Is this my lovely
I know
Is this my lovely wife? Talking Heads 1981.
I know you not.
Talking Heads 1981. It's a badass one. Okay. Now, so I open up these particular centers and stuff. Now I don't know where this came from, but it's all good.
It's all good.
You know, So give me some more questions.
All right, so now we move on to my man Job. And at least the first time I remember seeing leprosy, I heard so many people say, well, leprosy is the white people and all this shit. But Job and Satan was tempting him, and his wife was like, get with Satan, fuck God. Job.
Okay. Metaphysically, leprosy represents an alchemical cancellation of the bleaching period, where they say the black Isis must become the white Isis. You see what I'm saying? Oh, wash me white as snow. I'm not talking about white people. It's talking about from the darkness you shall get the light. And Job going through leprosy was a part of his alchemical process on into the light being.
So he was saying, fuck earth and fuck my kids and fuck this.
And he went through this whole trial and tribulation, and at the end of his journey, he met an angel. Because that's in the, ain't that in the Job story too? Is it in the book of Job where Jacob wrestled with the angel?
Yeah. No, that's in Jacob wrestled the angels in Genesis.
Oh, in Genesis. It's pretty much the same story. Job
is the oldest book in the Bible.
Right. Job, as well as Revelation. Job went through the trials and tribulations only to sit at the right hand side of God, and he went through the leprosy and all of that. The plague, the leprosy, and all of that type of thing is talking about a transmutation. Now let me give you an example about a transmutation. Anybody ever detox before? Anybody ever fucking got some colon cleanser or some good shit and detox, and you when the first thing happens, you break out in rash, you get irritated, you might break out in some fucking hives. You see what I'm saying? All kind of shit happens. Well, that's what's happening with Job. There's an alchemical process that is going on. You see, that he say whenever they say sitting on the right hand side, basically he's becoming God.
When I broke out in those hives.
When you broke out in those hives and stuff like that. They call them what? Bee hives. Well, the bees are the swarm of these particles coming together and detoxing, are coming together. It's all alchemical. You see what I'm saying? Bees are connected with Dionysus and also the Candyman. The fucking Messiah energy from the slavery. You see what I'm saying and all, you know what I'm saying, Had to go through his trials and tribulation with the leprosy represents that white woman he was fucking around with.
Right.
All these are alchemical stories. If you understand the meanings of them. You see, on that particular aspect. But Job he wrestled with the angel all night, and in daybreak, not Job, Jacob. In Jacob's ladder, the Kundalini, the ladder of lights. This is called the ladder of lights. The Kabbalah. The Zohar. The ladder of lights in the book, the Zohar. In the book of the dead, they say the God who sits upon the ladder. The gods that sit between Isis, Osiris, Horus, Tahuti, Ptah, you know what I'm saying? All them cousins and shit. Black ass cousins. Daddy and them. Daddy and them. Like a nigga got a bumper sticker say, damn, D-A-M, D-E-M, hoes, damn them hoes, on a bumper sticker. Only a nigga. A nigga was a bad invention. A nigga was a bad invention.
I got my receipt.
Damn them hoes. Now, it's like Beirut, best damn baseball player ever lived. Now,
That's the shit, dude.
Yeah, man.
German for virgin, Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Japanese for 69, Tukenchu. Tukenchu. Two tribes from Africa, the Motisa and the Cumberbats. One say Motisa, the other one work at the damn car wash. Say, come on back. All right, Motisa.
God damn. Oh shit.
All right. So, what was that last thing though before we went to that?
That was Job and
Job. So Jacob's ladder is the ladder of lights, the God that sits upon the ladder in the book of the dead. The ladder is the Jed pillar, the Kundalini energy. Jacob wrestled with, Jacob is the ladder, but wrestled with the angel, the dark night of the soul. The angel all night, and in daybreak, he saw the face of God, which was called what? Pineal. Or Pinuel. Penis of God. The penis of God is the Kundalini energy. Or the dick. The obelisk is represented the dick going down or the dick going up. The dick going up is the penis of God.
Erection.
Resurrection is the Kundalini. The snake. Alabama black snake. This way, and snake of illumination that way. You see what I'm saying? So now, he wrestled with the angel, and that night he saw daybreak, which was pineal, which is called the face of God. The word hero, or hero in Egypt, and hero in Greece is called the great face, the face of God. So you got the large face one, which is the microcosm. Then you got the small face one, which is the pineal gland. But you got the large, which is the soul. Now in the physical body, you got the large face one, which is your face, higher. The small face one is the pineal gland that sits up under the brain, or within the brain. That's the small face one. That's all in a book. You can get a book called Kabbalah Unveiled by McGregor Malthus. Kabbalah Unveiled by McGregor Malthus. Get that book, and it's got it up in there. Small face one and the large face one.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Right. So the face of God. Some good shit. Go ahead on.
Okay. So we'll do my man Joshua, but we'll contract him. We'll contract him into the story of them.
Well, Joshua and Yeshua is the same.
Okay.
Christ.
Okay, because he took over after Moses.
Right.
So there's a story of him leading the Israelites crossing the River Jordan to the Promised Land.
To the Promised Land.
And there's also the Wall of Jericho coming down.
Okay, the Promised Land in Egypt is called Amenta, the land of Osiris, or the land of Amen, hidden God. So still again, the Promised Land is the region of the brain, hypothalamus, the pearly gates, pituitary gland, hypothalamus gland, and pineal gland, which is called Zion. The gates of Zion is the pineal, pituitary, or what is called the endarkened gland. Zion.
Promised Land.
Promised Land. So you skip me to say something though.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's good. And also what comes out in this story, and they made like a lot of Christian songs about the walls of Jericho coming down.
Right. You know? Walls of Jericho represent the physical matrix coming down. Now how did they bring down the walls of Jericho? They had to go in and they had to take a whole bunch of their jewels because they had an army rushing on their ass to kill their ass. And they tried to go to the wall and the shit wasn't coming down, and they said that God said, put a whole bunch of jewels and shit in a fucking basket. Right? And when they gave the tithes to God into the basket, the jewels in the basket, the walls of Jericho came coming down. So it's metaphysical. The particles and the jewels are in the central nervous system all over the body, down into your feet, all over your body. But when it comes together, these jewels and these gifts come together and makes what is called a perfected stone or the bomb. Or these particles that come together and make a light. And you can see that's melanin coming together and illuminating to its highest form, and then you can see in the walls of Jericho is nothing but the illusionary worlds of the Matrix. You see now, and those walls come tumbling down. It's the illusionary world of the Matrix. The pineal gland is the sun of God, and when it shines, you no longer need the sun in the heaven to guide your way.
True light.
The true light. So the walls come tumbling down, which is the walls of the Matrix, the Maya illusion. You see what I'm saying? It's a metaphysical story. And the tithing and all this type of thing here, they say give 10% to God.
Yeah, good one.
It's not talking about money. The tithing and talking about giving 10% to God is when you give 10% could be learning about metaphysical information and trying to do some things. 10% can be fasting to get to those carbonic ashes. You see what I'm saying? 10% could just be giving 10% of the awareness to spiritual endeavors and spiritual disciplines. That's what it is. To your God, which is your soul. You see, ain't got nothing to do with no fucking money. Give it to some fucking church. 10%, the church, the temple, is the physical body, and inside 10% of the church, and it's not talking about this particular temple, the physical, it's talking about the temple on the inside. You tithe by giving it meditation, thought, and knowledge and gnosis, of pondering the world of the spirit, and that is the 10% outside of the physical matrix. And then the walls of Jericho came coming down. That's illusion, Maya.
No longer.
They call seeing through the visible world, which is the visible world is the illusion.
Right.
And that's the walls coming down. And the jewels and the jewelry and all of that type of stuff is talking about give your precious gift. Your precious gift is the shit that's on the inside of your body. The melanin. It's inside of your blood. You give your motherfucking blood. That's the sacrifice. You shed the blood. Shed the blood. The jet pillar is shed pillar. So we could all have life. It's all metaphysical.
That's hot. That's real hot. All right. And I know you talked to the sister and correspond, but the last thing on Joshua is the day the sun stood still.
Okay, the day the sun stood still. She said that they was rushing on the wall. They had the armies that was going to kill every goddamn thing, but the wall didn't come down. And but the sun was getting ready to go down. And they needed more time, so the God extended the sun to stand still so that the walls could come down. The sun standing still is the S-O-N-S-U-N pineal gland, son of Isis and Osiris, the eye of Heru, standing still. Peace be still and know that I am God. The sun stood still, which is the eye of Heru beamed through. Woo! God broke down the goddamn walls. It's in the movie. It's in the movie. They did the same reenactment in the movie. Not even the Matrix, but they did the reenactment in the movie. Well, he stood still for a minute and the bullets fell down in the Matrix.
Right.
But it was in the movie. It was also in the movie, doggone, The Fifth Element. She was pondering whether they're going to do this shit, and they said, God damn it, stand your motherfucking ass still. And she finally said, okay, motherfucker, let me save y'all ass. And she stood still, and the beam of light
came down.
Now, they destroyed our shit. but it's still concepts.
Right,
Same
right.
concept.
The mythology is
The mythology is the same concept.
History, reality.
Yeah, right. So the sun stood still is still not but the S-O-N-S-U-N black dot pineal gland, the Son of God in us, the lamp of God. I got a little light and that let it shine. You know, this little light of mine, the little light of yours is the pineal gland, let it shine. You see what I'm saying? Jesus is the light of the world. The Christ is the light of the world. Horus is called Peri Imheru, light of the world. Light coming forth by day, Peri Imheru. Horus is light.
Oh, that's good. All right, so now we're gonna move on to this big story of David and Goliath.
David and Goliath.
And his rocks.
David is represents the helpless nation. Helpless nation. Don't burn up nothing over there.
No, I'm good. Like Eddie Murphy's uncle, right?
Yeah, burn up shit.
That's fine. Charlie, even Frank.
David represents the helpless nation. David is a little small David, which represents us in the humble form.
In the physical.
But the giant in this particular case represents the, here goes again, it represents the physical matrix.
Okay.
And he slew the giant with one small pebble. The pebble is called the stone. The stone is called the philosopher's stone. Philosopher's stone is the pineal gland.
Ouch.
And David, David is also called the great face. And one thing, and it said, it was something else about David. I think it's the face of God and the stone. But anyway, he slew the giant, which is a metaphysical story again, with the stone, with the slingshot and the stone. The stone is the philosopher's stone, the pineal gland, the evil eye. Depends on what side you want with it.
Right.
In India, they got a thing called Kapaliya, and it's called Kapaliya's glance. And Kapaliya made mincemeat or dust or anything out of King Sarah's or whatever his name army with one glance. He made sand out of a whole fleeting army and the motherfucking elephants with one glance of his eye. And it's a tale called Kapaliya's eye. Kapaliya's eye. See, in India they got a much more older story, so it's the eye, which is the pineal, and they cooking shit with the Israel shit. So the priests know it's the stone, the philosopher's stone, and all that. The stone that the builders reject will become the cornerstone. Upon this rock, sweet honey and the rock. All that shit is metaphysical. The stone, the rock. It's in the stone. That's what Urban of Fire says. It's in the stone. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's in the stone. You see? That's what this shit is about.
Yes. All right, so let's move on to King Solomon. King Solomon's temple and Tyra weighed in. She also talked about this statement of King Solomon had many wives.
Right, okay.
And of course we want to deal with his temple. And
Okay, right, all right. Let's break this motherfucking shit down.
Yes, indeed.
Solomon and Sheba. Solomon is Osiris. Queen of Sheba is Isis. These were never historical people. Solomon, the wisest man ever lived. Well, motherfucker, goddamn. You just born yesterday to talk about the Hebrew shit.
Right.
Solomon is Osiris. Sol, which means sun. Solar Sol, sun Amen. Amen Ra, sun Ra, Amen Solomon. Hidden sun. Hidden sun. Osiris. You see what I'm saying? Now, Solomon builds the temple. The temple of Osiris is the black body. They say, oh yeah, I am Solomon, I am black and comely. The black body, the temple of Solomon. You see. The demons that Solomon commands, he commands these demons to build, to with his signet ring, Lord of the Rings. The rings is the pineal gland, the signet ring, and in this particular case, you got a scalar ring, which is a head, frontal lobe, eastern hemisphere. What is it? Right hemisphere, left hemisphere, frontal lobe. The signet ring. And he binds the demons. The signet rings represents the ring of Solomon, the ring, the Lord of the Rings. The ring is the pineal gland. He binds the demons, the Damians, the Amons, the hidden substance. Amon, Amian, Damian, demon. Hidden substance, melanin, and demon is the same. He binds the Damians and builds the temple of Solomon, the body of Osiris, the temple of Solomon, the temple of Luxor. And the physical body. He builds the temple.
That's right. So the physical body is the temple of Solomon.
Is the physical body, and the inner body is the temple of Solomon. And the Damians is the particles of melanin. It's the same story going over and over 1,000 goddamn times.
Right, because it's mythology, not a history book.
Right.
Not
And
a timeline.
it's formulas, alchemy. You see what I'm saying?
Not a timeline.
Yeah.
And Tyra also asked about Solomon had many wives.
Many wives. Solomon is Osiris, Lord of the perfect black. In India, Osiris is Shiva. Solomon and Shiva. Shiva has many wives. Shiva sleeps with multiple women are called the Mahabhadayas, and he gets the alchemical cause of sexual energies from each women. You see, that raises him up and illuminates him and illuminates his temple. The many wives of Solomon is the alchemical colors and the elixirs that it can only be given to him by his Shakti power and his Shakti women. So the 10 Mahabhadayas for Solomon.
Gotcha.
So my drama was after Ginger, because Ginger represented me as Bobby Hemmitt, a lecturer in the 1990s.
Okay.
Two different people. Then the 2000s came and Ginger said, my time is up, I gotta go. And she left, and at that particular time it represented, the point on that represented me as this god on this road like Shiva, like Osiris. And I went through 13 Mahabhadayas, the Gopi girls. They call the Gopi girls in a part of India. They're called, the oldest one is called the Mahabhadayas. These tantric goddesses.
Right.
And in Greece they call the Mayanads. And in another Shiva story they're called the wives of the sages. And he screws all them. So I went through 13 women. The 13th one was the one I'm with now, who has all the characteristics, believe it or not, of all other them 12 women. They came together into one person.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? But I had to illuminate myself up to that particular point. To my final Shakti, which is my goddess, and my second half. And so we marved together as Shiva Hermaphrodite. Male and female joined together. And now as a result, we think alike, and I can be thinking, and she give me, and she'll say what I'm thinking. Because we marve shit together. We marve things together. You see what I'm saying on that particular aspect. That was the 13th person. Jesus is the 13th man. You see the 12 disciples, which represents the multiple women. The Mahabhadayas also represent different parts of the zodiac coming together as the 13th person. The center of the zodiac is the 13th man, and the center of the zodiac, the point. And as a result, I went through 12 women, and the 13th one was my Shakti, final Shakti. All of them was variations of Shakti, but that was my last Shakti aspect, which illuminated me and marved me into what is called Shiva Hermaphrodite. Shiva meets up with Parvati after fucking all these hoes. And Parvati is the mountaintop, and they both merge together and call Shiva Hermaphrodite. Lakshmi meets up, Vishnu meets up with Lakshmi, and they become one. You see what I'm saying? They inseparable. And stuff like that. So the multiple wives, many loves of Shiva, many loves of Krishna. Krishna has many gopi girls, but he has the one he finds is called Radha, but Radha existed with him in the beginning of creation as two polarity parts of the universe. And so he has to go into the various women till he get to the final stage, which was that one that used to be with him in the primordial world. And then the energy comes together.
Androgyny.
Yeah, androgyny. Meets up with Parvati after fucking all these hoes. And Parvati is the mountaintop, and they both merge together and call Shiva Hermaphrodite. Lakshmi meets up, Vishnu meets up with Lakshmi, and they become one. You see what I'm saying? They inseparable. And stuff like that. So the multiple wives, many loves of Shiva, many loves of Krishna. Krishna has many gopi girls, but he has the one he finds is called Radha, but Radha existed with him in the beginning of creation as two polarity parts of the universe. And so he has to go into the various women till he get to the final stage, which was that one that used to be with him in the primordial world. And then the energy comes together.
Androgyny.
Yeah, androgyny. So we are one.
That was the same thing you was talking about yesterday with the zodiac.
With the zodiac. With the zodiac.
And when it comes into when you start having the attributes of different of the zodiacal signs, where you come to the center, you become an attribute of all.
Exactly. We like the same foods. We got the same mannerism. I shake my leg. You see me on some of the things. I'm shaking my leg like this. On some of the tapes, she shakes her leg the same damn way.
Right. Finishing each
So but it's also talking about the alchemical components of the collars, the many wives of Solomon, and stuff like that. So it's metaphysical.
Very good, very good. All right, so you touched on it, but let's get to Jezebel. Whatever
Jezebel.
She got her story.
Jezebel. Okay, Jezebel. Jezebel. If you take it from the story. Okay, there's a moralistic story. Jezebel just represents society. And Elijah and Jezebel, and he goes and fights with Jezebel. Jezebel represents society and the bitch of a society. You see what I'm saying? So there's a moral thing and there's a metaphysical thing. Jezebel that he goes in contact with, Shiva wrestles Kali. He beats Kali in this dance contest. He's the only one who can beat Kali in a dance contest. Kali represents the primal forces. It's in a book called The Sword and the Flute. Shiva goes and has this dance contest with her, and he beats her in the dance contest. The dance contest is they dancing in their pussy. See what I'm saying? He yoking a motherfucker.
So he beat it up correctly.
Right. Beat it up.
Right.
Smashed. Beat up in some guts.
Right.
Smashed up.
You rush them guts. It's not bad. It's not the guts is the monster.
Can you woo?
That is the guts is the damn monster, the primordial great mother. And she is there to chew your dick off. And chewing up the dick and swiping up the dick is nothing but when you bust a damn nut, you done lost the goddamn war. Over and over and over and over again. Because he can never win this war, not unless he becomes one with her and becomes woman. So what happens is, until he learns how to not ejaculate, when he learns how to not ejaculate, his penis becomes a vagina, and it does the same. The vagina is succubus, it sucks in. Well, his penis, when he don't ejaculate, it sucks in her energy. So Shiva gets into a dance contest with Kali, and he wins the dance contest for a minute, but he wins the dance, and it also represents he's synthesizing the primal forces. The woman represents negative, not in the evil aspect, but negative as is the AC/DC, and he has to get to a level to synthesize the dark forces into light. But he does it through the sexual aspect. So Jezebel represents the Kali. Jezebel represents the sacred whore, the prostitute, where all power is given. The scarlet woman, the harlot, To the scarlet woman, all power is given. It is up to you that you got to go get it. And you get it through mastering the sexual aspect to synthesize the juices and the energy that she got. You see what I'm saying? So Jezebel is Ishtar in Babylonia. Babylon. She's Lilith in Hebrew. You see, she's Sekhmet in Egypt. Some Sekhmet are part of Heteru, the cow.
Right.
She's also, Jezebel is also, the harlot also is Apep, the great mother of Apep. You see. She's Echidna in Greece. She's Kali in India, but Kali in India on the fucking side is Parvati, the wife of Shiva.
Okay.
She's the black one. She's Anana in Samaria. No. In Samaria, she's not Anana Jezebel, but she's not Anana because of the Queen of Heaven. She's Jezebel because of the primal Kali force in her called Araskagul. In India, Araskagul is the neglected. Araskagul is the dormant half of the neglected half of Inanna. In Egypt, Nephthys is called the dark Isis, the dormant half of the neglected half of Isis. Araskagul in India is called A-Lakshmi, the dormant of the neglected half of Lakshmi. You see what I'm saying? Right. The primal part. You can incur the wrath of Lakshmi, which is prosperity, or you can incur the wrath of A-Lakshmi, which is Kali, Araskagul, Apep, the great dragon mother that kicks her motherfucking ass.
Being a cheapskate and shit like that.
Right. So Jezebel represents the primordial force called Leviathan, the great whale. You see what I'm saying? The great mother in her severe part, the most terrible one, Lilith.
That's right.
Lilith is the most primordial terrible woman. When she raises up, she's called the Shekinah. Lilith and the Shekinah is the same. But the Shekinah is also called Sheba, Queen of Sheba, wife of Solomon. That's his Shakti and his dragon that he got to slay. You see. You see. Which is not talking about controlling her. He's talking about harnessing that energy, that primal force.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? The dance, the fucking, the collars, and the ingestion. The ultimate trail is when you ingest the menstrual blood.
Let's talk about
because when you ingest the menstrual blood, see, that's a sacrifice. That's a motherfucking sacrifice. But when you ingest that shit, something happens. There's an entity that wakes up in you, and there's an entity that's inside of you, and the only way it can wake up from a sleep is when you get that menstrual blood, it's over. That shit wake up and it's powerful. And it wakes up in you, and you start to transform.
Let me ask you this then, while we there, what about a woman ingesting sperm?
That is her nectar.
The OJ.
That is her nectar. That is her milkshake and her nectar. You see what I'm saying? You see. But that's pretty easy. I see them drink cum all day long on them pornos. And menstrual blood, shit, they fucking, you don't see that shit, so y'all got it easy.
Right.
That's her nectar. And which would also heals her, as well as that's her fountain of youth. As well as her urine is our fountain, and our urine is her fountain of youth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. All right. So let's move to Elijah. The name Elijah comes up, but why I want to move to it because they reference Elijah in the Bible with Elijah Muhammad, and also as a Jesus figure.
Well, I must say something about this. Because I've had the last 15 years to study this. Now the Jews the is it reallys, the fake Jews.
Is it really?
Say that there was the Messiah and their nation, the Messiah and the rumination and the redemption of their race cannot rise until Elijah comes. We are the only people that received the Elijah.
Right.
Now, whether you like it or not, that is prophecy that went down. Now, you might have all the mundane things where you might see Elijah Muhammad wasn't this and Elijah Muhammad that. Well, anytime you get into a human body, you are subject to error. That's what the human body is for. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
It's sin and skin is the same thing.
Ooh, right.
The word sin and the word skin is the same. Restriction. So his social life, that don't have any shit to do with anything. Everybody down this motherfucker fuck up.
Right.
Because it's Murphy's law. If it can't go wrong, it will. No, it's Bobby's law. If it can't go wrong, it is gonna go wrong. That's the way of the earth. So don't look at that. But we are the motherfuckers who received the Elijah, born Elijah, in Georgia, Sandersville, Georgia. And there's a place called Elijah, Georgia, which is named after Elijah, Elijah, in Elijah, Georgia. Now you might think, oh, that's some bullshit, but why is it the Jews stepped to fucking Jet magazine in the mid-90s, I think 1993, and told him to change his name to Elijah, Poole?
Poole, right.
But no. They tried to, his name was Elijah Poole. They told him to change his name to something like Wilford Poole.
Yeah.
And they did it. Some kind of thing where they told him to get that Elijah off, or he was born Elijah. You see what I'm saying?
Because they're trying to steal the story.
They're trying to steal the story. So that's a historical prophecy of a person who was a redeemer of a race. He took black people from a fucking one level to the other. Some people now look at the shit, he wasn't shit, but you gotta look at a motherfucker that what he did then was a messianic act.
Right, the niggas was eating.
I'm not saying there wasn't others, but we talking about there's one in the tradition of the Elijah, and the Jews know that they can't receive it because they are fake, and we did receive the Elijah.
That's right.
Now the metaphysical thing about Elijah and the mythological thing about Elijah, Enoch, John, you see what I'm saying? Hermes, Iberus, Hanuman, Tahuti, Tahuti is all the same person, including Moses is mixed up in there. One who comes before Christ, one who comes before God, one who comes before illumination. He is the opener of the way, and Anubis. Hermes, and Anubis. So the Elijah, the Enoch, the Elijah, the John the Baptist, one who comes before Christ. The Maryland, who comes before Arthur. You see what I'm saying? The great teacher, the great emancipator, the opener of the way. Anubis comes before Horus. Hermes comes before Hercules, Jason, Apollo. You see. Enoch, taken up into a whirlwind, reincarnated as John the Baptist. Same story of the messenger. That's what Hermes means, the great messenger. Coming. There's Elijah and Elias. Two messengers howling in the wilderness. Hey, wake up, people.
The wind before the storm.
Wind before the storm. Elias. There's a double Anubis. Hermes, Tahuti, Thoth. The great teacher. The great bugler. Gabriel is a form of that. The mythology. Horn blower. You see. El Kedar in Islam, the green one. Maryland, the green one. You see what I'm saying? The green one. Hanuman fights. You see what I'm saying? With Rama. That's the monkey god you see there. Down on the table there.
Right, you talking about
Anubis, the great dog that guides the souls through the underworld, and that's what Elijah does. Elijah comes to a people when they're at their lowest point and prepares them with knowledge and information to recognize the ancient self as God, so that they can later on illuminate as God, and that's what Elijah Muhammad
When
did.
it's really going down, you got a reference point.
Right, and that's what the Elijah talking about in the is taken up into a whirlwind. Always something mysterious about their deaths, and different aspect of that type of thing. You see, so that's what that is.
Very good, very good. All right.
Hot shit.
Very hot. All right, so let's go to my man Jonah eaten by a fish.
Jonah eaten by the fish. The fish and the whale represents the physical laws and the matrix. Jonah swallowed up by the fish. We're swallowed up by the matrix.
By the physical.
By the physical. The fish.
Right.
Which is the matrix. The great fish is also called the great mother Leviathan, which is called what? The great mother is also called what? The matrix.
That's what matrix means. What's the womb?
The womb, the matrix. The great mother is called Maya. Maya is called also illusion. The matrix, well, you say, well, why is the mother of the matrix? Well, Tiamat was overthrown from heaven, and her blood was used to make the earth.
Right.
That's the physical realm. So in so many words, this represents her fallen state, the fallen daughter, Malkuth, in the world of appearances. Mother Earth, Mother Gaia. In the beginning, before there was anything, there was Gaia. But then Gaia becomes the earth. The earth existed before the motherfucking heavens. Give me, there's that book, that Greek book, my man. Right there. Give me that green book right there.
Anyone up there?
In the Dogma, they say before anything existed, Potalo existed. But then they said Potalo is the earth now, a serious being. Well, let's look and see. In this book, the book Classical Mythology by Mark P.O. Marford, and what's that? Robert J. What's that? Lenardin. Let's see. They have a diagram in here at the beginning of the book. Y'all all right?
Oh yeah. Right. Oh hell yeah.
Check.
Boys and girls.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 minute.
Out there in TV land.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. I'm going to show you this particular diagram in this book. Oh shit. 10 up here. Hold up 1 minute. I'm going to show you this diagram. There's a diagram in here of the beginning of the realm before it became the earth. And in that particular diagram, before it becomes the earth, you will see torturous, Erebus, night, and chaos. And you'll also see Gaia, which is, you see chaos. Can you zoom in on that?
Yeah, I'm good.
Chaos, torturous, Eros, Erebus, night, Uranus. What's that? Mountains. What's that?
Pontus.
And it goes on. That Gi right there, in some, what you call it, is called Gaia. Gaia is the earth existed before creation. Creation don't come until Zeus comes in and strikes the Titans with the arrow, and the next part that comes on down, and you got all this even before you get to Zeus. You see, you got several parts in here. So the point I'm trying to make here is, the earth is the oldest mother. The earth is a part of the universe that existed before creation. That was one that was used to be covered over by creation. The great mother existed before creation, but she was covered over by the physical laws by creation. Get that in the Numa Elish. You see what I'm saying? The Titans existed before creation, but they were destroyed, but their blood was used to make humans. So we are the Titans. You see what I'm saying? We are the Titans. What was the question at first? What was it? Jonah and the whale. So the whale, what used to be the great mother in the heavens, ended up being the whale of the matrix of the goddess Maya, of illusion and stuff like that. The womb swallowed over Jonah, which represents the physical. Jonah represents the soul. followed by the physical aspect of the physical body.
All right, I think
The Matrix.
I think you're gonna like this one. The Israelites become a prisoner in Babylon.
Babylon is called the root chakra. If you get out of the geographical Babylon, it's called Babylon and her beast. The root chakra, her beast is the lion. The lion is Christ, Horus, Maya, the Sphinx. It's called Aeon, a lion head deity, or the Lion of Judah, the Christ.
Baby lion.
The baby lion, Babylon. Babylon and her beast. Babylon is the root chakra whose color is red. Babylon is called the baby lion, and the lion of the Sphinx is Sekhmet, the Sekhmet whose color is red. Babylon is the root chakra.
Okay.
The jewels, the prisoners in that, the primordial jewels of these cosmic substances are trapped, or these particles of light are trapped, which is our soul, trapped in the gastrointestinal tract, or the anus of the root chakra, which is Babylon, that will come about, rise up out of Babylon, which is the root chakra, go into the jewels are captive in Babylon. Right. They rise up out of the Babylon through the chakra system, going on into the final place, which is the Jerusalem, the promised land, the pineal gland.
And it's interesting. It says they won't bow down.
They won't bow down.
They won't.
Weebles wobble up. They won't fall down.
To the root chakra.
The bull is Osiris, which is the bull of Osiris, and the bull of Shiva is his dick. The virilness and the dick of the black man, the power, the Shakti power.
Right.
We bulls wobble up. We won't fall down.
Down. All right, so Daniel in the lion's den, and he doesn't get eaten.
Prophecy of Daniel in the lion's den. The lion's den. The lion is the Sphinx. The Sphinx is Sekhmet. Sekhmet is Babylon. Sekhmet and Ishtar in Babylon. Babylon is a part of Egypt that was called the Babylonian Plateau. Rasta Plateau later on, and then the Giza Plateau. The earliest form of Babylon is called the Babylonian Plateau. That was in Egypt, in pre-dynastic Egypt. The pre-dynastic Egyptians are the Babylonian pre-dynastic people who built the pyramids. And the Babylonian Plateau later on traveled into Mesopotamia and set up a land for the Typhonians called Babylon that is later, but the Babylon Plateau was in Egypt, which is called the Giza Plateau, and then it became the Rasta Plateau, or Restile Plateau, which means rest in place of the lion. And before that, it was the Babylon, baby lion of the Babylon Plateau, which is the Babylon of the lion is the goddess Sekhmet. You see? So the lion's den, Sekhmet, whose color is red, is the lion's den, is the root chakra, which is red. Daniel in the root chakra that don't get eaten by the lions because he's inside of the root chakra, because he will be the one that will rise up out of the root chakra because of his faith. And the faith that they're talking about is because of his constitution, who he is.
Right.
This is metaphysical. Rising from the root chakra, the lion's den, on into the
Promised land.
Promised land, which is called the risen lion. The Acca-lions, they call it, the Acca-lions in Egypt. Two lions that's in the front of the Sphinx on a tablet. Sphinx and the lion is the beast. But the Sphinx is also the ultimate representation of alchemy and the alchemical process. You see, from the beast, and on the head of the motherfucker is a woman.
Right.
To the illuminated Christ, the Sphinx, called Ra, Harkewit, Ra-Herukahuti, or Harmachis. Harness on the horizon. Harmachis is what? The Sphinx, which is called Abu, By the Arabs, it's called Labu in Babylon, which is called the lion. You'll see a lion head deity, and now it's called Labado since 2002. A lion deity and a dragon. The dragon, the lion is all the same. The dragon slayer. That's the root chakra.
Right.
The lion's den. The serpent, dragon, the hydra. And the hydra holds the golden fleece. That guards the golden fleece. Go down to the torturous serpent, the dragon, and recover the pearl that resides there. The last thing before they get the golden fleece, which is the pineal gland or the illuminated melanin, before they can get it in the Jason and the Argonauts, they got to battle the triple, a 13-head serpent called a hydra. You see, hydra learner. You see.
Okay.
The dragon slayer. The dragon, the warrior slays the dragon, and the dragon thanks the warrior because the dragon represents the primordial forces that need to break its hideous existence to go to a new level. You see, so you have to cut off the head of the dragon lady Medusa, the serpent's head, and from the serpent's head, Perseus takes the serpent's head and hold it up and kill the Kraken, which is the same Perseus, David and Goliath story.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And he kills the Medusa.
The Medusa.
But when he kills the Medusa, what happens? The white horse Pegasus flies out, which represents what? The Christ. The white horse with the wings. Healing in the wings, the Christ.
Same dove thing.
The dove, the Christ. Jesus has healing in the wings.
Right.
You see a white horse with the wings. That's the white horse Sagittarius. But the white horse, which is Pegasus, which is Horus. You see what I'm saying? You got two wings, and the horse's head is the pineal gland. And the two wings, that's the staff of Tahuti. It's all metaphysical.
Caduceus.
So they cut the Medusa head off, which is Medusa. They cut the Medusa head off, which is the Kundalini serpent. And as that happened, metaphysically, she gives birth to the Pegasus. Or she gives birth to a god called Chrysaorus. Christ Osiris, Chrysaorus, who comes in with his chariot of Zeus. That's called Heru the Houtit, in his chariot winged disc. We breaking down all the mysteries tonight.
No doubt.
And this goddamn tape right here, you don't get it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Just burn up in the fire. Burn up in the fire. Pretty shoes gonna burn up in the fire. They got a nigga down in line. He just stand on the corner. He stand out there on the corner, and he be fucking with people. Pretty shoes gonna burn up in the fire. Pretty hair gonna burn up in the fire. Nice clothes gonna burn up in the fire. Pretty car gonna burn up in the fire. He be fucking with them. Weave gonna burn up in the fire. Oh, he fuck with them. Short dress gonna burn up in the fire. Pretty titties gonna burn up in the fire. He fuck with them. Burning up in the fire. That's the illumination. That motherfucker saying it.
That's right.
We need to be purified and burn up in hell's fire. Hell's fire is the Kundalini energy. Word.
That's right. That's right.
Give me some more questions.
All right. This came to mind. I forgot to write this down, but this comes to mind because I remember Farrakhan telling the story that I think it's Ezekiel with the wheels. That's the thing with the wheel. Now Farrakhan said he was taken upon the little wheels.
Yeah.
And he seen Elijah, and they was all chilling and all these things. So the little wheels of Ezekiel, and they trying to make the correlation as is UFOs. And all that stuff.
Okay. Ezekiel's wheel, called the Merkaba. The Merkaba is nothing but the ultimate final stage of the pineal gland. The Merkaba mysteries is Ezekiel saw a wheel, but he also saw in the Kabbalistic text, which is the much more authentic text that the priests use. He saw a mystical being with a head of a man, the head of a lion in the head of a bull, and that was the macabre. Well, these mystical beasts that it saw represented the different forms of alchemy, the stages of alchemy, the red bull, the lion, and these things and stuff like that. So when you even look in the Revelation book, you'll see the lion, you'll see the horse, you'll see the bull, you see all the beasts, the seven seals. This is nothing but the wheel was nothing but his own soul, and the alchemy is talking about the alchemical makeup of his own soul, and that's called the Merkaba, and that's the wheel, which goes to, we are the ship. It's called Heru Bahuti in the winged disc of Edfu in Heru. That temple that I gave people the other day, the temple of Edfu, is a winged disc, and there's a story of Horus flying around as the risen god, flying around with the wings, the falcon wing, Millennium Falcon, kicking ass and taking names. You see. And so that's that particular story. There's a Mithra. There's a story of Mithra, which is a form of the Horus, and he has a whole ufological story of Mithra. In a text called The Mithra Mysteries, re-explained in Kenneth Grant's Outer Gateways years later. But the Heru Bahutit story is just talking about the lumen soul. And so Ezekiel saw the wheel. I said that we have UFOs, but they're not physical. They're spiritual. Right. Angels and aliens. Right. And the winged discs. And you'll see all the Egyptians on these barks or these solar discs. The ships. So we are the ship. Your body is the ship. You saying this body? No. The inside of your body is the chakra system, which is the ships. The ships that they see out in the space, the ones that are spiritual, they go red, green, blue. You can see them out there hovering. And in 1970, the government ordered the airplanes to put their lights red and blue and flash like that to camouflage it. There's something out there hovering around that's red and blue. That's an angel that's illuminated. You see what I'm saying? Just like you got in your soul, you got the chakra system and the different colors and stuff, and when it's illuminated, it becomes a ship, and that is Ezekiel's wheel.
Based upon the colors of your
chakra. So let's say if Farrakhan did see something,
okay.
Basically, in so many words, he was able to go into the ship of existence. That where we all are in another realm that looks like a ship and stuff, because he, for a brief fleeting moment, tapped into the higher self of himself.
So all of that is when he's communing with Elijah Muhammad on that shit is this.
Right. Well, I talked to, believe it or not, I have talked to Elijah Muhammad several times myself.
And I believe it.
Over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years and stuff like that. So that's no problem. That's just summoning the dead. Summoning the dead. I do that all the time.
Right. Yeah, I knew you talked about
I talk to everybody. Every God you can name that I've communicated with in the last damn 10 years, except Jesus.
Right.
That's a composite, fake ass motherfucker. That word, Jesus. Right. I communicated with Horus, Awas, Osiris, all of them. Shiva, Vishnu, Krishna. Jesus is a composite word. That's why the white man give him to you.
We're going to deal with that word as well coming up. We about to get to him. All right. So now that we out of this thing, Old Testament, let's go to this. The angel visits Mary. Who is Mary? How did she get pregnant? Virgin birth. This concept of the virgin birth. Who is Mary? Angel, and the angel visit.
Okay. Sperm is called solar phallic energy. So right there, that's an angel right there.
That's right. Okay. Based upon the angel of light.
Right.
Angel of light.
The story of Mary is a story of Horus and Isis. And the falcon visits Mary is nothing but the soul of Osiris. An angel is a person that's basically no longer in the physical. An angel can be it could be an ancestor. It could just anybody, anything that's angel is no longer in the physical.
Right.
It is the soul outside of the physical body.
Okay.
Osiris, Osar, basically visits Isis and impregnate Isis in their first immaculate conception.
Okay.
Well, let's give stories of people, of women in Tibet having babies by getting pregnant by the sun. Obviously, it can be done. It had to be done the first time. You see,
Wow.
we hear those things.
That's heavy statement.
You see,
Right.
You can get pregnant by the sun. If the sun is solar phallic energy and your sperm is solar phallic energy, you can get pregnant by trapping the rays of the sun. You see what I'm saying? You see, and getting pregnant that way by trapping the rays. You know, they say hold their pussies up to the damn sky and get pregnant. There's nothing new under the sun. Only that which has been forgotten.
And on that note, we're going to change this ticket.
That's what, 4 hours? What we're dealing with here is a separate. What makes us separate is that we think that we are different.
Yeah.
We are androgynous. You see what I'm saying? We are androgynous. You see what I'm saying? What I'm saying here is that there is no great mystery because you're in a female body, just like there's no mystery that you're in a male body. We're talking about gnosis, knowledge here. It's beyond the physical. That's what metaphysical means, above the physical.
Right. Beyond penis and pussy.
And a part of my illumination into this particular mystery is I've come to the consensus and all, there is no such thing as male and female.
That's right. That's right. Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You see, this is not the meter of the measuring stick to monitor this high form of knowledge is not based on your physiological constitution of male and female. You see what I'm saying? In our physical form. That's not the litmus test. This is the spirit aspect of the particular thing. In these immaculate conceptions that you once believed in, that Mary could do these types of things and all. They have historical people. You see what I'm saying? And it can be done now, but there's one thing I was going to put into the equation that overrides the diet is if you have the mindset.
That's right. That's right.
To do it, because ultimately nothing can work without this. Or this, the heart chakra, which is this is where the Egyptians say the brain was.
Really? You
It's
say
the true brain. This here is the physical brain that gives you the physical functions. It's just like when I tell people to take the spiritual bath with the bleach and the Clorox and all this. The first thing happens and they start registering on how the Clorox and all that shit is going to harm them. I'm like, you done missed the point.
Right.
This is an alchemical thing that's coming in. There's spirits involved. And this when I told them to mix the elixirs, people said, well, I don't drink.
Right.
This has nothing to do with those types of things and stuff like that because you're looking at this thing from a physical perspective.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? From a physical perspective. We're talking about from a spiritual perspective. The first night when my tooth was going crazy and the spirits came and they said, mix that scotch you got in there in that gin. And in my mind for a split second I said, you got to be crazy. I am in utter pain. But I mixed it together. And it allowed the spirit to come in and start preparing my mouth. They prepared and they prepared my wounds. They prepared my mouth, and my gums are better than what they were in 20 years.
Right.
We're talking about spirit here in the particular aspect of spirits. If a spirit can enter your body, they can impregnate you on the same level of that thing. Now I know one of the sisters, that she was the best one I know, that she would get fucked at night by multiple entities. And as time went on, about a year into getting fucked that night, all she had to do was put on the lingerie and get fucked by multiple entities. And as a year went on, she said, Bobby, I got cum dripping out of my vagina.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? We're talking about the spirit realm.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? We're not talking about biology. You see what I'm saying? We're not talking about biology. The only thing that was biological about those women getting pregnant by the sun is they just happen to have a hole down there that make it physically possible
Or comprehensible.
Comprehensible, and it could have impregnated a man and shit, but now this is coming out of her asshole. Somebody give me a cesarean section.
Right.
Look like she got the body that's built for those type of things. But we're talking about something that's in the spirit realm and stuff like that and all. And I know one of the sisters and stuff. I've been in this thing a minute. And the sister say, look, I got some cum dripping out of my pussy. One of these entities nutted inside of her. And the only reason why she didn't get pregnant that night is because she had a hysterectomy. Because she had cysts on her ovaries and they had to, whatever. So I'm just trying to say here is we're not talking about us as humans trying to figure the pathology or figure this apparatus out based on our human condition. We're talking about the spirit conditions and stuff, and these are the things that happen on those particular aspects. You see what I'm saying? When you're saying the testosterone and stuff like that, that's a physical connotation. That is a physical aspect, and that has to be coming from something else. That physical end result, what you call testosterone, has to have its origin in something that is spiritual. You see what I'm saying? Before it ends up that type of way
on earth,
as well as it has to also be a component inside of the female body, because she's the origin of all of that. Whereas in the early 90s, they ripped open the cells of the men, and they said that the cells of the men, when they compared the tissue of the cells of males, I'm a heterosexual, I got to put that on the tape.
Right.
Because niggas out there say Bobby done gone,
right, to the other side.
To the other side.
Right,
and shit. Bobby got some sugar in his damn tape. I ain't talking about that.
Right.
But they compared the flesh of the inside of the organs of men, and they said it was the same as the vaginal walls, the material in the vaginal walls. You see what I'm saying? In the material of the vaginal wall. So what we're talking about here, when we talk about the hermaphrodite. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
For the mere fact it's a hermaphrodite means that we're talking about possibilities beyond the realm of a normal aspect, and we're talking about mutations. A mutation, although it might not be normal, you see what I'm saying? In the universal scheme of things, it is possible, probable. You see what I'm saying? And a reality. So that's the only thing I'm saying on that particular aspect.
Right.
This has nothing to do, in the spirit realm, the only thing that separates us as male and female is an illusion
of separation.
An ego. To think, and I'm not talking about to think that in actuality we are anything other than these particles of light that's in here speaking at this particular point.
Right.
All this great shit that I'm talking about right now is not coming down based on Bobby motherfucking Hemmitt.
Right.
In the physical form from Mullen, South Carolina. It's a particle and it's an energy of a God energy is bringing this shit forth.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's bringing this shit forth.
Right.
You see, so that's all I'm saying in that particular aspect. There are laws above that type of aspect.
Oh, just chilling out.
Yeah, right.
Shit,
it's just like there was some sisters was doing these rituals. And they decided that they was not gonna let this brother who was the financier into the rituals, and the brother was there all along, and they was doing all this learning, and I kept saying, hey, y'all doing this ritual in the sisterhood, there's your sister right there, which is the brother. It was a Hanuman deity like this, and as a result, you see what I'm saying, it wasn't that they couldn't get to the other, obtain what they wanted to, because there was a series of tests and what the spirit was trying to tell them, and in so many words, because they couldn't look beyond the apparent. What appears to be some way, they left a key vital force out. The way it happened was the Hanuman figure or the opener of the way at the particular time just so happened to be a man. And they didn't put it that way, talking about this sisterhood and shit, just as the brothers come and get a whole bunch of goddamn niggas together.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? They slept on that what really happened. You see, on that particular thing. And we're not talking about us as the entities of what we come to know as male and female and stuff like that. We're talking about the God form and stuff like that. And there's no formula out here that's immutable, as the Christians say, immutable laws, like it can't be done or can't be changed or whatever type thing here and stuff, and what it can't be done. And in so many words, the whole drama of the Osirian, the Osset drama, is actually saying when she has Horus as a form of an immaculate conception, which is the first one on the temple walls of the temple of Seti I, is that same process that she did it before in the beginning, so she's doing it again now. It's the same thing with the concept of when I first was getting into this consciousness, me and Ginger, she was damn near 11 years younger than me. We was screwing one time and the rubber broke. I don't know, whatever contraceptive we had back, this type of thing or something. And she said, no, you didn't come inside of me. And right then, one of the psychic sisters called and she said something profound. She said, well, ain't nothing going to happen to you. She said, there's all forms of birth control that beyond the original concept of birth control of the mind. And that profoundly stuck to me. And then later on, it's the same concept of when they said that the woman had the ability, the period was the original birth control device, which means that in the oncoming approach of the patriarchal realm, these men, they found out that they could slow down a woman's or impede a woman's progress by raping her and giving her an unwanted child. So these women, they would bring on their periods at will and abort that child. And that was also a right that later on became the Lilith. And I said, God damn, I'm reading this shit here about 5 or 6 years after the sister mentioned it, that even, she said, there's all forms of birth control even after we have lost the original form of birth control was from the mind. Now I'm in Baltimore, Maryland. Young girl in her early 20s. She said, I think I'm pregnant. She said, I think I'm pregnant. And I said, so what you gonna do? She said, well, I ain't having nothing for that goddamn asshole there. Who's her boyfriend? She said, he's a fucking idiot. I ain't having no shit for that nigga. She said, I know what I'll do. She said, I did it before. I went into the closet and got into the dark and kept repeating, it ain't time yet, get your ass back and send back. And she said, my period came on. And I said, God damn, here you go again. So then it comes to this particular part. I'm with Ginger. She said, man, my period ain't came on in a minute. And she's psychic. I said, well, I asked the spirit, is you pregnant? She said, yeah, I'm pregnant. I go downtown. I say, Lilith, I'm not playing with your motherfucking ass. You got to 6 goddamn o'clock. That's when she get out that building, Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Have that motherfucking period on. You got to 6 o'clock and I ain't playing with your motherfucking ass. That's me as a man. As a goddamn man.
Right.
It wasn't her. It was me. As a man. Right. I said, I ain't playing with your goddamn ass. I said, you got till 6. Don't fuck around and not have till 6. And at 6 o'clock she came down, she said, guess what, my period just came on. And that was me as a man, and I did it time and time again. You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to say, the whole concept of these laws of the universe, that's the whole concept of being God. You have the ability to break the laws of what appears to be. That's the whole ability to be in God.
Exactly, right. That's why.
That's what magic, the whole word of magic, it means manipulating the forces of the matrix of the universe to get what you want. There's nothing.
Right. That's right.
That's the white man that said, an incurable disease. There's no such thing. You see what I'm saying? There's no such thing.
You see, fucking disease for that matter.
Right. Into the point where even Devil Blair and even Hilton Hokima talked about they had a history of a motherfucking man that was pregnant. Now I even know myself, other than having a baby. And the spirit did some shit. In 2000, it made me lose a whole lot of weight. I ain't had no stomach. It made me lose a whole lot of weight. And then in January, my stomach blew up. A sister called me saying I'm pregnant. She said, but some funny shit or some weird shit. I said, no, you getting symptoms of it, but I'm the motherfucker pregnant. I already knew this because that's what they talk about in the Buddhism. That's what the Buddhist shit. I say I'm the motherfucker pregnant. And but it was a rapid thing. And in the first part of January, about 2 weeks into the shit, I'm laying in bed and there's a baby kicking out my side, kicking in my side. They tell me how the baby kicks.
Right.
Stomach getting bigger, the baby kicking in my side. So I go to the toilet and I shit out some baby dookie. You can't have it. Now you can shit out some, I've been a vegetarian for a minute, you can shit out some nice shit. But I'm talking about some baby Gerber dookie. And it was on top of a big kernel of hard shit. Man shit and some baby dookie. And I had all the symptoms of being pregnant. And the sister called me, the sister named Marlo, she said, baby gonna be born in February 16th. So this birth came. Then in May, the sister Kendall called. She said, apparently you must have died because you died in your sleep and you didn't know nothing about it. So I'm trying to say here is we talking about stuff on a miraculous level. We talking about gods and mutations.
Past this shit you call
gods and mutations. So you can't say that the laws that we have in the general physical world cannot be immutable. That's what the whole concept of magic and all that stuff is about.
Yeah, it's past this shit.
Yeah, that's the whole concept of illumination and the God thing about, and why a motherfucker in Egypt had to go from age 7 to 40 to learn them damn mysteries. He just was not learning the physical, regular, everyday run-of-the-mill shit.
That's right. That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
You see, run-of-the-mill shit. So that's the kind of thing he was talking about. I wanted to also say that, that, and I think I might have said it about the man about how what's the name said that the person had to eat with the melanin that they had inside of them. I think I might have said it in the
and stuff, the DMT thing.
Yeah, and all of that had to eat the melanin that's inside of them and stuff like that. So that, but it wasn't no problem. I met a guy named Dr. Emos that died 10 years ago this year, be this fall, and he said that how he went all around the world. We didn't know he was in his 90s. He said, I've been to Tibet and I saw women in their 70s and 80s having babies. He said they would have a baby just like you go take a dump in the toilet. Bend down and pump a motherfucker out.
Go to the club like
And this nigga was 90 and his girlfriend was 25 years old. He said, I'm too much for her. She can't handle me. I'll wear her black ass out.
Right.
You see. So I'm just saying these laws, man, and that's and what it is with the reason why we are still in slavery is because somebody has tampered with our psyche and tell us that can't happen.
That's right. And we made an agreement with it. Or if we ponder it, it has to be in the realm of that which we already think we previously know. It has to rationalize with that. Right, that's right.
You see what I'm saying? And I know because I've been through 8 damn years of college and years of shit and all, and I meet people like this on both sides and stuff, and I tell you, I know motherfuckers that because the white man had slipped in and made them think that they had an education, they can never learn anymore because they went through some scientific program with the cracker told them.
That's right.
And he ain't giving them up but bylaws. And you ask yourself, what are they doing in that lodge over there?
Exactly.
Why are they in that lodge? They ain't just making no ceremonies like some fucking Andy Griffith show and doing some secret handshakes and some rant and some shit, or some Buffalo Lodge or some Fred Flintstone. They are in there studying. That's their college.
That's right.
And it ain't got shit to do with Western education or basic formal education or even what we know up thus far or what we know even scientifically. That's why most motherfuckers that get into the diet, that's why most people get into the diet, they end up being slaves, left brain prisoners, because for some reason they can't get with it. So when I tell them to mix the bleach, ammonia, lemon juice, vinegar, and half a cup of sea salt, they're thinking about something harming their physical.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
But you talking about capfuls, you ain't talking.
We talking about capfuls.
Right. 3 capfuls.
We talking about capfuls. You know what I'm saying? But them know that because it's all about, you know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. You know what I mean?
And but guess what? They program their brain
To make it
My goddamn brother, I can tell you, that nigga used to lick ketchup off the motherfucking pavement. I remember that shit. Ketchup. And now that nigga been such an ultimate vegetarian, so that nigga ate some damn white rice, and he almost died. Literally died from white rice.
Oh, shit.
That's because he's programmed the brain to think of the limitations.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And that bum out there can eat food out of trash can, but other motherfuckers throw it away. And guess what? They live longer than the people in the nice homes with the nice diet.
That's right.
Because their minds are free.
That's right.
Their minds are free.
Right.
And they can live longer than anything.
Let no garbage can be between me and my gut.
Right.
That's a programming.
It's all a series of programming.
Right.
And a series of undoing ourselves.
Right. Into believing what we think we
Right. And so, undoing ourselves. We talking about people a couple of thousands of years ago, their mindset almost is alien to what we are now. You know what I'm saying? We talking about pyramid builders now.
Right.
You see, right there is a feat within itself.
Right.
And the white man is baffled because he's physically trying to tell, based on his understanding of physical laws, he has spent the last 100 years, 150 years, trying to explain how the Egyptians built the pyramids by 100,000 observations and research stories on how you can build a physical pyramid, and he ain't figured it out yet.
Right.
It can't be done.
Right. It's a spiritual thing.
Right. You can get 2 billion slaves. They ain't gonna lift no fucking damn 100 tons. Bullshit.
That's right.
But you can get 3 women with the right shit on their mind, and they'll lift 100 tons by their damn self. Especially if they in love.
That's right. El Nino shit.
They'll lift a goddamn ton while they mad at your motherfucking ass.
Right.
That's a side item.
Right.
Remember Dick Gregory said that it's impossible for humans to cut a motherfucker tire? Steel belted radios. But the black woman can cut a steel belted radio tire with a butter knife when she get mad. And they say no other race has ever cut tires, but the black woman can cut a tire to the rim with a butter knife when she get mad. That's metaphysical. And a man right now, if you go out there with all your strength, all the most strong men contests they have, motherfuckers pulling shit, tell them to go cut a fucking steel belted radio with a butter knife.
Right. See how that works out.
See how that works. But a black woman get mad and cut a steel belted radio with a butter knife. She has gone beyond the physical. So those people were gods. They didn't do no damn cutting no stones and putting them on some barges and floating them down a river. A ton?
Right.
You can barely float down the damn river yourself. You can throw a baby in the river and that motherfucker sink like a log.
You looking up at your ass like, why you do that?
And yet you're going to have 6 sextillion tons floating down a barge.
Right.
You're a fucking cracker.
It tell you anything.
You know, that's like the guy at the University of Chicago. They asked him, who was the pharaoh of the Exodus, because they got to kind of comb this shit in. It just says Pitum and Ramesses in the Bible. There's 5 motherfucking Ramesses, bitch. What are you talking about? Maybe more than that. But it said Ramesses the Great up at the University of Chicago was one of the Exodus. So one little black girl said, well, don't we have Ramesses the Great's mummy? The guy said, yeah, well, if he was drowned in the Red Sea, how the fuck we got his goddamn mummy? And how we got a history of this motherfucker living to 90 years old and having damn near 200 kids? No, let me see. He lived to 90 and had 60-something children. How we got a history of this nigga unstopped? And the guy said, well, when the Red Sea closed down, the pressure from the water pushed the body back up on the land. And there was so much embarrassed, the University of Chicago said, man, you're not going to get your PhD for saying that dumb shit. To a black girl that asked a question, and this motherfucker, they had it on film. They were so embarrassed in the school, they held up this motherfucker PhD because he's so goddamn racist. You see, so he gonna run that damn lie on that shit like that? No. You see, what's the other?
Okay. Alright, so all this makes sense, cause you know it you know, that's what we talk about here, the history versus people that walked around versus some higher shit. You know what I'm saying? So after we get out of the Mary, another big thing that always comes up is this 3 wise men, North Star shit. You know what I mean? The 3 wise men, the gifts, the manger.
Okay, the 3 wise men is double meaning. 3 wise men, there's 3 stars in the belt of Orion. 3 crosses on Calvary. 3 pyramids in the Giza Plateau.
Pineal, hypothalamus.
And 3 organs in the brain. Pineal, hypothalamus, and pituitary. Those are the 3 wise men. You see, giving the gifts and the jewels to the baby. The baby and the gifts and the jewels, they are all one and the same.
Right.
The 3 magi. You see what I'm saying? The pearly gates. You see, they go in. They going off. There's 3 goddesses, 3 sisters, 3 spears at the top of the Kabbalah. Top of the top triad is 3 spears.
Ketha, Bina, Hope.
Right. Pineal, pituitary, which is feminine, and hypothalamus.
Which is masculine. Okay.
Right.
Right.
So we're talking metaphysical here. You know, the Star of David. The star in Bethlehem, and they followed the star. It's still 3. There's still 3 stars in Orion's belt, and Orion is the Orion galaxy, but Orion's galaxy. And Sirius is one of the stars in Orion's galaxy. The star was the star Sirius. You see, so all that stuff there's metaphysical and astrological and astronomical.
Okay.
Astronomical. The baby born in a manger. The manger is the stable. The stable has what in it? Shit. The seed or the particle of the light, which they call the star or the child, is down in the gastrointestinal tract in the shit house. Born in a manger, shit.
Soul.
The soul. Soot. Set. Shit.
Ouch.
You see. Which is your soul, down in the gastrointestinal tract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so while we here at this point, because I'm going to say the name Jesus, and that's what we're going to deal with that. First thing is like a 2-parter. Where did the name, and I've seen you talk about this before, the name Jesus actually manifests from?
Well, Walter Williams gives the name. There's no J in the Hebrew alphabet, but there's a J in the Greek alphabet. You got Jason, but you also get Jesus in Catholic and in Catholic, but also in not Catholic, but also in Spanish. Jesus is the Jupiter from in Rome is called Jupiter. The J from Jupiter.
Right.
The Father is called Jupiter in Rome and Zeus in Greece. Okay. So the people who put the religion together that was coming from the Gnostic religion they stole from the Egyptians, they took the patron god of Greece, which is Zeus, and the patron god of Rome, which is Jupiter. They took the J from Jupiter and Zeus and give you word Jesus or Jesus. You see, or Jesus. You see what I'm saying? Because there's no J in the Hebrew alphabet, but basically it's a composite figure of Zeus and Jupiter. Well, according to the spirit realm, or according to the Gnostics, that's a dead deity, because Zeus, the father that created the physical laws, and Jupiter, the father in Rome that created the physical laws, only lived for about a couple of thousand years, because the act of creation was the particular God. So his act of creation, the finished product, was the particular God.
So he busted his nut.
He busted his nut, and that was it. He's dead. It doesn't exist anymore. They say the creator. You see, that doesn't exist anymore. That demiurge thing, the act when it came out, is like a big yarn, and that's it. A bust his nut. That was the end of it. That's why the white man said it was safe to give you a composite deity of a person that did his thing and is dead years ago. And that's why I never heard from fucking Zeus or Jupiter or Jesus.
Again,
it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. So, so to say that is to say that the demiurge energy, us niggas are still juggling it, keeping it alive.
The demiurge energy is the product that was created out of the demiurge energy, which is the ego. Just as we now, as black people, inhabit and inherit all the lowest natures that used to belong to white folks, we, by being on the lowest level and not being able to transform ourselves in a high level of society based on poverty and all types of our fucked up plight, we now are the products of the lowest form of what white people are. So the things that we have been talking about white man this and the white man that, it's not him anymore, it's us. Because we are the product, the victim is the product, the end result. So not only were we bred for certain pathologies, we have become those particular pathologies because of our lowest state. And white folks, believe it or not, because they have the ability and the money to shield pathology, they live on a certain higher level now. You see what I'm saying? Financially, socially, economically, and even knowledge-wise. They're the first to get stuck in the ancient knowledge that we have. So us now, we're the low, who are jealous, envy, murderous. So what used to be the cowboy in the 1800s, killing up motherfuckers and dodge shit and shooting a nigga just for sleeping, is now the black man. So we are the end result. Now that's why this shit has to be cleaned up. But they say that they would take the first and make it last, and the last and make it first. But if we last now, and we got to be made first, that means that we have got to be the result of something so hideous to make us last. In that particular case, we are the essence of the white man. We are the product.
In terms of his consciousness,
energy, and shit like that.
Hey, can we take a break real quick and come right back?
What you got to do?
All right.
I just wanted to bring in one more thing while you were saying about the white man, because what I notice is, as you know, that's where we left off at. You know, we're becoming products of him. I also want to mention how he's the biggest thing on most niggas' minds as our biggest arch enemy and nothing else. That once we defeat him, we're gonna be on Earth, and we're gonna build pyramids and shit again, and you know, eat manna and all sorts of shit and be happy again. So like, this white man is the be all end. We gotta fuck him up. He's the devil, and all this shit. So I just want to take a sidebar on, you know, a little bit on
that's no different than people who are molested by the parents. Of treated, not only molested, but people who have a serious plight and a real bad childhood. Most of their life, all the idiosyncrasies and pathologies that make them function and make them short circuit themselves or short change themselves and put them in what we would call a plight, a pathology, or a sickness, is them not being able to go beyond the initial womb. or the wounding period of their parents.
Right.
And they can be 40, 50 years old and still talking about what their parents did. I met a woman like that recently. The parents been dead for fucking so long and shit, till the parents is probably their daughter's
Right now.
best friends,
Right.
children.
Right now.
Right now. But they still wounded about that type of thing. Well, it's the same thing with when it comes to the white man. Now, don't necessarily think that whatever the white man has done, that he's not still doing it. Don't get me wrong on that type of thing. But my point here is when it gets to the psychological level, and that's a whole nother thing we're dealing with. Then to understand the knowledge that basically he's European rule. Don't get me wrong now.
Right.
I don't want to make this thing to say that we sitting up in here in a Martin Luther King's dream. You see what I'm saying? And not a Martin Luther King's nightmare.
Right.
You see, that dream was some shit that was given to him by the Jews.
Right. Put niggas to sleep.
But I do want to say that on a psychological level, we are wounded people on that particular level, whereas we think that our biggest obstacle is him. No, our biggest obstacle started with us as being human. Years before the white man ever came on the planet. Our problem started when we came down this motherfucker or fell.
There you go. Ain't no white man where we was from.
Wasn't
So
even there
by
when
being
you talk like
here,
that shit.
we're
And
the
we have
subject
thousands.
into being.
Yeah, we have thousands of years. You see what I'm saying? To do what we had to do to even prevent him, because we knew he was coming. We got the text. You see what I'm saying? But obviously, we're talking about us understanding that this is the human shit and humanity is the enemy. It's only a process that it's only a process of the cocoon stage. A caterpillar don't go into a cocoon to become a caterpillar. It comes in to go into the cocoon to become a butterfly. And we worrying about the cocoon because in the middle of our cocoons, we done had some frogs done come in and gathered up all the cocoons and holding the cocoons captive. And we're thinking that I'm a cocoon and I gotta get rid of this frog.
To get back to this cocoon
Stage. No, motherfucker. Once you get rid of that frog, you still a goddamn cocoon and you have it metamorphosized into the level you're supposed to do. And that's what the whole Christ and religion thing is about. Us becoming to another state of existence, another paradigm, another plateau.
Right.
So our problems is not the white man. You see what I'm saying? You see. But our problems is in the slumber, in the sleep of being distracted.
Right. He's just a tool to distract us from becoming that butterfly.
And stuff like that. It might have slowed down the process, but he is not the process. We still have to break the cocoon. The matrix and humanity.
Right. That's the motherfucker.
That's the evil one. They say, I have seen the beast and it is us. You see. I have seen the enemy and it is us. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
We are creating this. You see, in our ignorance of being a fallen prey and love to the physical. That's why the physical say, hey, no, motherfucker, I know you just bought this new hat, but look at the head under the new hat, motherfucker. You're 50 and your head is rotting and wrinkling. So either way you put it, motherfucker, I'm going to remind you that I am not forever.
That's right.
And it says in the Hermetic text, that which is real will never deteriorate. That which deteriorates is only an illusion. A series, a state of flux. You see what I'm saying? And the only reason why we even get old is because that's the spirit way of saying, hey motherfucker, it ain't that motherfucker who you supposed to preserve. This ain't no Hollywood doctor, plastic surgery shit, a fucking TV, ABC's makeovers. It's about the soul.
That's right.
And not the illusion.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Not the illusion. So that's still the ego wanting to exist and thinking that the white man is standing in the way of the existence.
Of you looking better, having better life.
And which is an illusion anyway, but I'm gonna be honest with you, all you got to do is buck dance and say, get them niggas, white man, and you can get anything you want.
From that.
Tap dance, put on your tap shoes and your Mr. Bojangles hat. Do a little buck dance.
Shimmy shake.
Lick a little ass.
Right.
Rim some assholes. give them a rim job. You know what I'm saying?
Check.
Eat out the white man's innards.
Get your GED.
Right. And he'll bless you in this society. But that's not the goal.
That's right. That's the
So,
distraction.
Yeah, that's the distraction.
Keep your ass in the cocoon.
Yeah.
Which is your body. All right, that's good. All right, so we're gonna contract all this Jesus shit. First, we're gonna say I'm gonna say what does Jesus represent, and let me tell you some of the shit he did to kind of get this thing going. Jesus is baptized by John. He fucks up the money changers. The woman at the well thing. Jesus teaches on a mountain. Jesus raises the dead. He feeds many people with a little bit of fish and shit. The Good Samaritan story, that comes into this when Jesus was, Jesus heals the sick, and we'll stop there with Jesus. And if you need me to come back to some of these things, what Jesus did, but this is all attributed to Jesus. What does he represent?
Deal with the first one. Let's go now.
Jesus is baptized by John, which comes into his shit.
John is Elijah, Tahuti, and Anubis. And Anubis is a black and gold dog, which is melanin. The baptism is the melanin rising to the pineal gland and nourishing the pineal gland and becoming illuminated into light. From the darkness, you get the light. John, An, Anu, Ani, Anubis, Anpu, Tahuti, Herminubis, the staff of Tahuti, baptizing. You baptize in the fire and the blood. The blood is the central nervous system that has this melanin in it, and it bathes the body, and the fire helps cook it into the final elixir, which is Jesus. But the process of coming into the alchemical process is John. Anpu, Anubis, Herminubis, Hermes, Tahuti, alchemy. The study of alchemy is the study of the priesthood of Tahuti, and the alchemical makeup of our body. We're baptized into the blood of Jesus, and the alchemical thing, which is melanin. And from the melanin, in its final stage of the fire being burned up. Phoenix fire mysteries. The phoenix rises from the fire.
Right.
Phoenix rises from the fire. The dung beetle rises from the ship. Raises on up to the Christ. So John is Tahuti, the staff of Tahuti, the medical association, the staff of Anubis, and all of that type of thing. Yeah.
Okay. There's one that always comes up: Jesus and the money changers. He goes to the temple, fucks up the money changers.
Okay, the money changers is basically, in order to become the Christ, you must neutralize the amount of the longing for physical things. There's a difference to use physical to make money to survive on a utilitarian
basis,
level,
right.
But to make money to
be a baller,
or make money to make you. I am somebody because I have money. That's a false aspect of that. So Jesus running the money changers from the temple is Jesus in the Indian Hindu faith is also a form of Krishna. Krishna comes back to end materialism.
Okay.
Materialism. The money changes are metaphorically from material. Now, Jesus is this fire entity, an illuminated being. The money changers not only just represent merchants, but it also represents the physical body,
right,
and materialism, and the material body itself. Jesus running it from the temple. The temple that they're talking about is two temples. There's a physical temple, that is your physical body.
Right.
It has to be nourished based on physical means. And then there's the invisible temple, which is the true temple, which has a rod of fire that shoots up it and runs the physical body away by burning up the physical body, and that's the money changing from the temple. Socially, it also talking about the teachings of the Buddha, of the Krishna, of the Shiva, of the Vishnu, of the Horus. It say it's not based on how much material things you gain. Small mind, full house. Empty mind, no, full mind, empty house.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Empty house. You see. And so that's the money change. It's got several things to it.
Yeah, that's good. Shit, that's
Several
great.
things to it.
That's great.
But now
That's
on
great.
a social level, it ain't about buying 400,000 cars like the preacher is saying. He's got it totally backwards, and I can
That's
say
not
that that's a
prosperity.
government conspiracy.
Right.
That's
It's
a government that
well-
then came in and told them to do that, and even paying them money, and also telling them to get a certain amount of people and take them off of a humble level by making them rich and thinking that their blessings is coming based on this physical shit, and that's to impede the process. Now, I'm not trying to say now, if a motherfucker give you some money
to throw it away.
to throw it away, it's hard out this motherfucker. See what I'm saying? And every time you go in a fucking damn marketplace, $100 now is like $20.
Right.
It takes 5 seconds for you to get rid of it. Because once you break it, it's over.
That's right.
So I'm not saying that you're supposed to not have money, but I'm saying you're supposed to look at that only as a tool, a utilitarian tool of survival.
Yeah.
But to think that it makes you who you are is a different story.
Right. Right.
A different story. That's an illusion.
Right. To be defined
Yeah,
through it
you
as
be
opposed
defined
to using it as a tool.
Right.
Right. To make certain things
Yeah,
come
exactly.
about so you can get more.
Don't use it as an identity.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Use it as a path.
Right. To get
Yeah.
your shit done.
Right.
Okay. Oh, so now Jesus, this woman at the well, she was a Sumerian woman. He talks to some woman at the well. Do you remember this story?
And what happened?
He prophesizes for her. Like I didn't grow up on this shit, so it comes up. This
Does
woman.
Anybody know?
Anybody knows the story? So you know the story. Sumerian woman at the well with Jesus. He prophesizes. I can't remember.
I know it, but
we can
my
move
brain
past
is
it.
mush.
Well, remember now the well is symbolic of the well of souls. So the well of souls is the same as the lion's den. You see what I'm saying? And the dragon's lair, the well of souls. A well is something that goes deep down. Here goes again. That's the root chakra. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
At the well of souls. So whatever this particular person is, I'm quite sure it has something to do with either in the metaphysical thing. It's the well of souls in the Sumerian woman in the metaphysical aspect, and Jesus is nothing but the fountainhead of the Sumerian woman rising up out of the well of
And
souls.
find her own answers.
Find her own answers and her own illumination by being trapped in the well of souls. That's a metaphysical aspect of it and stuff, you see, which later on would give you this dramatic physical aspect of it and stuff, you see.
And what was interesting, I don't remember the stories, but whatever it was so profound to this woman when she was finding out these stories about her family, her son, shit she needed to do.
Right, yeah.
And it gave her answers. So
It gave her
that's exactly,
answers.
yeah,
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
that goes, I don't remember the story, and I'm sure it's in, but I did write down where you can get it. It's John, the 4th chapter, 5th verse to 43, I guess that's how
It's just another illuminations part.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can read the story yourself in John, the 4th
Jesus
chapter.
is nothing but the soul inside of your body, which is in the well.
Which is the root chakra.
Which is the root chakra, which is a feminine chakra. That's the woman.
Okay, so Jesus teaches on the mountain, Jesus raises the dead.
Teaching on the mountaintop is called Mount Manu it's called Mount Olympus. Mount Manu in India. The mountaintop is the pineal gland. And once the pineal appears in the mountaintop, the dead are raised through it, because the dead is nothing but the ancestral souls coming up to their final place. When you saying teaching on the mountains, well, obviously you're talking about a person that's enlightened to
Teaching
even
on a
teach.
higher level,
And
right.
he said that he is called the person who redeems soul by giving them a call. He calls them forth by waking them up with this particular message.
You can only do it from a high
Right, so
point.
you said, somebody, you saying, if I'm a preacher of Jesus, no, they're talking about consciousness. Your consciousness
Yes.
will raise you up.
From the dead.
Yeah, that's called the Christ consciousness. Yeah.
All right, so Jesus, there's a big story. It always comes up. Jesus, he feeds many people. The little bit of fish that turns into fish, and the water into wine story.
Okay. The fish the water into wine. That's alchemical.
Of course.
You see, taking something of an original state and turning it into
Let
something
the gold thing.
like the gold, or fermentation. Any type of fermentation, water into wine. You see what I'm saying? Is the alchemical act of taking something original and making something new out of it. Because they said, some people say that it also said that Jesus said, "I am the vine and the wine."
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I am the vine and the wine. But look at your body. Your body is what? How many percent water?
Right.
Huh? 75% water. And if it's going to have a transformation and illuminate, it's going to turn into a fermentation, wine. You see, and wine is through the wine is also called the blood of Jesus. So the alchemical components of the melanin in the central nervous system raises up and turns all of the stuff in the body, including the moisture, into a fine dew and a distillation into this wine or these spirits. They call it the distillers. A winery or a liquor house or a distiller, they distill what? Substances, certain substances into what? Certain fruits, certain grains, certain parts of nature into what? Spirits. You see what I'm saying? So he said, "I am the wine," which Dionysus is the god of the wine and strong drink. That's where it comes from, and stuff like that and all. You see, in that particular aspect, and I am the wine and the vine. You see, and the water coming into wine, the physical body, which is 75% water, illuminating into the final product, which is wine. This represents alcohol, which alcohol just represents spirits, or spiritus.
Ashe.
Okay,
so now the next one I have is Jesus heals the sick, but that was already answered. All of that.
Well, they say he has healing in his wings. Well, the staff of Tahuti raises up, and the first thing happens is when the Kundalini raises up, it purifies the body, and it purifies the body, and what it does is it actually just burns up the disease.
Right. Okay.
Which is the Kundalini energy, and you will see Pegasus, the horse with the winged horse. You'll see the wings and the staff of the Caduceus. Jesus with healing in the wings.
So basically raising Kundalini, which represents Jesus, is a healing
in the wings.
Gotcha. Okay. Now I heard you talk about this a lot, and it just goes good. You know, this will be a repeat, but under this umbrella, Jesus riding the ass. I can't remember what town it was, but the Palm Sunday, where he's riding the ass and the donkey, you reference it to Set and all of those, all those things.
Okay. To give you one aspect, let me give you the philosophical aspect. The donkey is Set. Jesus rides into Jerusalem. Jerusalem means Jerusalem, which means it's the soul. Jesus rides on Jerusalem on a donkey, on an ass. The donkey in the golden ass of Apuleius, which is a book. Apuleius is turned into a donkey, and Jesus, in this particular case, Isis, who is the savior, Isis, who is the savior, comes about, and what she does is she rescues him. And Apuleius turned into a donkey and being rescued. Isis has to intervene and rescue him. In so many words, the donkey also represents the stubborn physical state of bondage of the physical body.
That wanting to be in this.
Right. Now Jesus rides into Jerusalem on the ass. Well, he rides to Jerusalem on the ass because it means he is raising himself up to the Jerusalem level inside of a physical body, which represents the ass. Set Typhon just represents the fallen primal forces that was turned into the physical, which is represented as the donkey and the ass, the stubborn. The body is stubborn only means that it is stubborn in the aspect that it does not
want to give up to
It doesn't want to give up, and it doesn't want to give up to the physical laws. It likes, and it's the ego. which drives it, and it's very stubborn, and it says, I want to be physical, and I want to exist.
Look cute.
That's the donkey. You see what I'm saying? The physical body itself loves the physical because it is physical, and it wants existence. So it, in its lowest state, it rarely gives up spiritual aspect. But the most illumined soul rides into Jerusalem on an ass. But remember, Jerusalem, Heru Salam, Heru in peace, which means it's the final product.
So
or the house of Heru.
He's illuminating and controlling this physical.
Right. But he carries. They say bear your cross. Well, bear your cross and the ass is the same because the cross is the physical body. If you take your body and put your feet together like that, that's the cross.
Right.
Your physical body. So they say bear your own cross. It means you have to stay into the physical body until you can illuminate.
So Jesus being nailed to the cross?
Nailed to the cross means he's stuck inside of his physical body.
Freemason use that riding the donkey.
Riding the donkey. That's the physical laws, and you have to give over to the physical laws and kick that off. The cocoon has to be destroyed. That's the donkey. That's the physical body.
Right.
Riding into Jerusalem on a donkey.
It's mastering.
And it's mastering that. But so when you master something, what happens?
You conquer it.
You conquer it. You synthesize it. You become it. So Jesus mastering Satan, which means he is only mastering the primal part of his own essence. Illuminating it. And when you go break it back down to the scientific part, it's the alchemical process undoing itself and transmutating into a new essence, and that's the mastery. The black Isis must be turned into the white Isis.
Okay, I want to take a little sidebar real quick just to address this because it's the biggest thing since fucking sliced bread. Just Jesus, he's burnt in the fire of affliction, hair, wool, feet of bronze. That means he's black. Everyone says, well, that's the be all, the end all, the badge for this thing. We already uncovered that it's a principle.
Yeah.
But from the historical standpoint, niggas is walking around, he's black because of that.
He's black because of that. Well, number one, he's black because the simple fact is just like the movie X-Men told you. That the mutation process takes years and years, and the process is very slow. We are the only people on the earth old enough and original enough to even make that phenomenon happen. That's the first thing.
Right.
That's
the mutation process.
The mutation
for just based upon this concept of time.
Exactly. Now I'm going to come to the defense of this. That there was a social, political, and economical element that happened in writing in the Bible. So I'm not going to rule out the fact that when they give that characteristic, that those writers at that particular time was not talking about a black man, because you got to understand something here. The ancient world didn't look at racism as we do now.
Right.
That's something that came years later. You understand what I'm saying? You got to understand the concept of the model of the time, even in latest Roman times, of who was the person that was still looked up to. And even with some of the people in the ancient world, the black man at that particular time was still looked up to. You see what I'm saying? Even in later times. You see what I'm saying? So the concept of modern racism would not have been a part of the landscape to where you could actually have someone omitting the identity of the person that they thought was the most Christly people. It wasn't a historical person. But when they looked at when they looked at the concept of the embodiment of what would be a person that would be the closest person, it would be Christ. They only still at that particular time only had a model
of what
was the greatest things that happened in their lives. In that particular case, it was the achievements of black people. You understand what I'm saying? So even in first of all, the stories and stuff that they did get now, they didn't write them up. They adopted these stories and they copied these texts from ancient sources. You understand what I'm saying? So some of these particular priests all understood with this whole thing based on alchemy that they're going to teach themselves later that they have to also be a black form also, which the black man, even as far as the Knights Templars, which is way later in the book The Sufis by Robert Graves and Adris Shah, talked about that the most complete man, especially around the time of the Moors, was the black man. So this was more of a cultural thing of the ancient world, that the archetype of what they was thinking was most complete would have been somebody of a darker hue. Right. Because at that particular time, just like now, we are very skeptical of the people that we see bumming on the streets and locked up in the jails and being capable of being people that's revered as the highest level of society. So the tables are turned now. We don't think much about black people. Well, you got to understand the social phenomenon that went down in those ancient worlds, that the most of the people that they saw that were white were in lethargy and was a dreg type of person. Right. See, the tables was turned. Historically, up until that particular point of those particular people who wrote it, and it's very rare because they were saying that that the Romans even considered themselves at some time even to be black, and especially the Greeks. You see, so there's a whole lot of history that has been uncovered. But if you're looking at the common European, you will not look at him as the model of anything coming out of Europe wearing bear skins and being uncivilized. Right. The civilized man of the ancient world at that particular time was black people. So your motif of what would be the Christ, even socially and physically, would still be a black man.
So you couldn't get away from that. And since we've all understand it, and truthfully understand it, that's where it comes from. Even though it wasn't a man to say, well, no, he really wasn't white. He was black. Even in
even
idea.
Even in European motifs to this day, tall, dark, and handsome. Right. You see what I'm saying? And the black woman being the standard of beauty to even the bustle. And all of these things was created. The full lips. And the robust and buxom, because if you look at most of European image of what they call beauty up until the 20th century was a heavy-set woman. A thickness. And that's all in their art. A thickness, all in their art. Thickness. Even in the early part of the 20th century, when they had the first forms of pornography, and they showed white women nude, they all had full figures.
That's right. That's right.
There would be more on the test of, she would be the standard of beauty.
That's right. Still is.
Some Twiggy by the 1970s, exactly, which was a fucking stick model and shit like that and stuff. You see, that comes from pedophilia, where something's going wrong, where they gotta tell their woman that you must die beyond oblivion because of simple fact we want an 18, 17, or 16-year-old girl, and not a woman that's got wrinkles in her face at age 60 is on a treadmill with a girlish figure. Right, exactly. That's a sickness based on the white man's pedophilia.
Fucking South Beach diet and all that shit at age 65.
But the standard at that time would have still been that particular part. I would give it that, even if they're talking about a person that they're aspiring to be. You see, you know, because if you look at the Greeks and the Romans and stuff, they looked at the Ethiopians. And even in the story of Muhammad, whether it be a mythology or true, whatever, they told Belial, go back to your home where men are never wrong, or something like that. And the excellency, even with Herodotus, who was a Greek historian, they looked up to the Egyptians and the Africans as the prototype of civilization and all that was illumined on the high end. So Jesus would have to come like that, because you're not talking about racism that we have now.
Right. So they ain't had no other choice.
There
was no such thing as any other choice to make a comparison. That was it, and that's it.
Exactly.
That was it, and that's it.
You see,
all right,
and you got to understand to see the modern white folks. White folks don't like to be, even though they might appear in their nature to make you think that they are the standard, they always look not to be the standard, especially they look down on those who worship them. They like black people who don't give a fuck about them.
Right. Oh, they love it.
Now it's like a pretty woman. A pretty woman gets praised so much of being beautiful until she ends up with the man who don't give a shit about it. And you go like, what the fuck did she pick that motherfucker about? Because he did not give into the same shit. And so therefore that's what she was looking for. Well, the white people are that pretty woman.
Right.
They want to be held up, and they know this. They want to look as models for excellency other than themselves because they know they are inadequate.
Exactly. Your poo-poo don't stink.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
but ultimately, once you say no, you was a stink motherfucker,
Yeah,
that's a whole different animal.
Yeah.
All right. So we getting towards the end of this Jesus motherfucker. But a couple more things with him. Jesus on Mount Olive. The piles. Alright, so we stopped at Mount Olives before we took the last break, and we was going to go into the 12 apostles, the upper room, and we talked a little bit about the wine, the alchemy, the bodies, but the bread, and why the Catholics give the bread and the wine at that ceremony, but ultimately,
Go ahead.
So ultimately the upper room, 12 apostles, and the bread and wine in that Catholic ceremony.
Well, start from one. Give me the.
Okay. Well, Jesus at Mount Olives. You know what I mean? A little quick thing.
Mount Olives.
Because I know it's going to run into what we've talked about, but just to put it down.
It seemed like everything. Oh, go ahead.
The olive oil. Olives are green. And olives are black. The black in the olives is carbon, which is melanin. Green is chlorophyll, which is also a form of carbon, isn't it?
Melanin, right.
It's all a form of melanin, the black and the green. Osiris is called a green god, but Osiris is also called a god of the perfect black. So the Mount of Olives is the pinnacle of that, the apex, the zenith. Jesus of the Mount of Olives is still talking about the pineal gland and the final capstone.
Right.
Or fountainhead. The final realization of the Mount of Olives. That's what it's talking about. Jesus was anointed with the olive oil. There's nothing talking about the highest form of the manifestation of melanin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now the upper room with the 12
Upper
apostles.
room with the 12 apostles. You have 12 signs of the zodiac. You have 13th man. The 13th man is Horus or Jesus. Osiris was cut up into 13 pieces, wasn't it?
That's right.
14 pieces.
Right.
14 pieces. So how it goes is
It
this.
became 13 because
But
the bone was
13
missing.
recovered. 13 recovered.
Yeah,
His
13
penis
pieces.
wasn't
It was
fat.
14 pieces. The 14th piece was the penis. What is called a penis of God, pineal. Pineal, a pineal. There's 12 apostles, 12 signs of the zodiac. The 13th man is supposed to be Jesus. But his apex is the 14th. So you would have the third eye would be Jesus. The 14th piece would be the crown chakra. You see, it would be the crown chakra. So in so many words, the upper room, you got 12 signs of the zodiac that was shattered.
Like what you talked about yesterday.
And fragments. We can only incarnate into particles in fragmented house until we get back the final piece, which is in the middle of the zodiac, which is the 13th man. And the 13th man is the middle of the zodiac. There's 12 sections of the zodiac. But if you look at the complete circle, that would represent the entire 14th piece would be the complete circle.
Right.
So you got the sections of the damn umbrella. You got the middle of the umbrella. And then you got the 14th piece would be the umbrella of the whole. That's the whole crown chakra. You see what I'm saying? And with crown chakra and stuff like that. Yes, that's called the upper room. You see, in the upper room.
The crown chakra.
Crown chakra.
Got it. And okay, that's hot. The bread.
Now the 13 pieces are cut up of Osiris, and the 13 that's a fragmented dimensions of our psyche. and our soul. And that's why we have to master all 12 houses to get that fragmented memory back.
Is that what you talk about when our information is also fragmented across the earth?
Yeah, exactly.
So bringing it back together,
bringing it back together.
Completion.
Exactly.
That's some real good shit.
Bringing it back together.
That's some real good shit.
It's like the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. Remember that thing? That's what they call, right? Pirates of the Caribbean. And how they had to get all them damn gold coins back
to one location.
Right. Yeah, right, to one location and stuff, so they could get the curse lifted off of them. You see what I'm saying? Which they were putrefied and dead. You see?
Still on Earth. Right.
Yeah, still on Earth. And if you notice, it was a guy and a woman that had to bring that back together. You see, so it was nothing but a retelling of the story of the dead. Especially when the motherfucker was walking on the bottom of the ocean.
Right.
That shit was bad, man. That shit was
right.
And they got a part 2 coming out.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
Part 2.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So that whole Catholicism thing, because that's big, you know, you eat the bread of Jesus, the body, and the wine.
And the wine and all of that type of thing. Hence the wine and all of that in the body of Jesus. That's this alchemical aspect of the blood of Jesus.
Jesus, right. What we talked about already.
Yeah, and the bread and stuff, which represents the physical body. The blood, it's the Eucharism or whatever. And it's basically, you know, that same, you know, it's the same thing, the blood of Jesus and all. These are symbolic ceremonies. It's also talking about the alchemical aspect that they don't never get to tell the people about.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so Jesus in the garden, Judah, what's it, Judas? Kisses him. Kisses him.
Yeah, Judas.
And then he knows he's the one who betrayed him. Judas. Out of the 12 apostles, who does Judas represent?
This is interesting
Judas
because
kiss,
Yeah.
the Judas kiss
Or Jada kiss.
to identify him.
No. Yeah, no, son.
That into my mind.
You know, it's interesting because there's a book called the Theosophia, the Hidden Dimensions of Christianity, and it's all talking about what they really Pope and them, their doctrine, what they really believe in. And in one particular aspect of that particular book, it goes into the text of Sophia coming down and kissing the soul and giving it thousands of kisses to identify itself. It's the same thing with the Judas kiss and stuff like that. On one hand, it's the story, philosophical story, to try to make it historical is one thing, but on the other hand, the Judas kiss is to identify himself as the Christ.
As that
it needs to be waken up.
Right.
So in the original story of Sophia, the goddess coming and kissing the soul. Each time she kisses the soul, it wakes the souls up and brings the soul back up.
To life.
So remember now, after he's kissed, he's killed, which represents illumination. He dies on the cross and goes to the next realm.
The kiss of death.
The kiss of death,
right?
Which is the kiss of life. Because this is death.
This
the
is
physical
death,
world.
right.
And the other one is the kiss of life and stuff like that. Yeah. You know, shit like that. This is like a basketball game. Man. I can't go wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm like that motherfucker in Vegas, the dealer. When he hot, he go, look, man, you might go to another table because you ain't gonna win nothing tonight.
I shall drive
See,
on.
when that jumper is on,
It's on.
it's motherfucking on. Now you gonna have to wait till the next game. Could be the next night. But the jumper's on and the jumper is on.
Alright, we touched on it, but basically I wrote this in the later part. It's like a little sidebar before we get to the Jesus is killed and resurrected thing.
Yeah.
We touched on this, but a little sidebar. I read something called Who's Who in Egyptian Mythology. And basically, when I got to the part about Set, they talk about the relationship of Set and Horus, and you already identified Set as Satan and Horus as Jesus. So there's a relationship, it seems, between Set and Horus. And it said the priesthood of Horus declared Set as unclean. And it also said Set, the enemy of Ra, and, you know, and which makes me would ask you, is Ra our friend? Everybody's just loving this Ra.
Right.
And it also said in the same book, Set and Horus are one, the secret of the two partners. And it also mentions that Nephthys as the goddess of darkness.
Yeah.
So in this one book, if you can go in a little bit, you know how this relationship goes out and all
this.
It
says,
says,
set the unclean.
Set the unclean.
Okay. The unclean spirit is not talking about whether you took a bath
Hygiene.
or not. Hygiene. Because everything down here is stank.
Yeah, right. On one level,
and stuff like that. See, where did it come from, and why does it have to stink? If this produces the stink, then don't blame the stink. Blame the producer. This shit is all fucked up. And all, and stink is only based on your perspective. Some people get turned on by that shit.
Right.
The white boys tell the white girl, you need to go run around the block a little bit before I eat the pussy.
Yeah,
them crackers do that shit.
Right.
To me, I don't want to hear that shit, but I know white boys say that. Look, this shit here, you got to soil this a little bit.
You need to run around the block and sit on the fire hydrant.
Right.
Yeah.
But then in alchemy, there's also something. In alchemy, there's also something called a realm of smell. You see, captured in a book called Black Goddess and the Unseen Real by Peter Redgrove and by Peter Redgrove. A very powerful book that somehow tends to be one of the most obscure books on the planet and stuff, as far as getting stuff. But anyway, unclean was not talking about in the human sense or the social sense. The unclean that it was talking about here is you have inside of creation, you have the energies and the essence is conducive to creation inside of a bubble. Anything that's outside of creation from the primordial realm is known as unclean. So the unclean spirits are the alien spirits, the Andromeda strain of unclean spirits and stuff. So in so many words, germs give you a concept of that. What could just be a particle or some type of existence outside of the body can be detrimental inside of the body. You know what I'm saying? We got some bleach, you see what I'm saying, in your cabinet, and it holds up pretty well as long as it's bleach. But if you put it in your body, you understand what I'm saying? It can be detrimental. The unclean spirits is talking about something that is alien essence outside of creation.
What you agreed upon.
But it also means that which is outside of creation could be the only thing that could actually create something of potential to get to the next realm when it enters creation, because it is alien. You see, so now Cain killed Abel. They created this created part of creation, and death only represented an entry of the primordial realm seeping back in for a glimpse. You see what I'm saying? And destroying a little piece of that particular creation.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So
that's the unclean
spirit
coming through.
Means alien.
Right, coming through with the Cain kill Abel thing.
Right.
And maybe you want to speak to this a little bit, because it comes up in that exact word when a woman is menstruating, that she's vulnerable to unclean spirit. Right. The unclean spirits is when she's menstruating, she's dealing with what is called lunar fluids. The unclean spirits that they're talking about in this particular case, when we really break it down alchemically, is melanin. Because melanin is the only thing that existed not only in creation and made creation possible to exist, but it is the only thing that is beyond creation, because melanin is a primordial substance. So it is the one that it existed outside of creation. See what I'm saying? So it would be the substance in the body that would be the unclean spirit. Right. That they would call the demon or Satan. Satan means the turnabout of the accursor. And basically it means it was something that was primordial. You see what I'm saying? And has an element of the primal world. You see what I'm saying? That could be the adversary in the created world that is vulnerable. You see? It's polarities. Very good. So, in that same book, Well, not even in the book. Out of that,
Did we miss anything?
Yeah, there's a couple more. I'll bring it right back up. Ra, the son Ra, being our friend. Is he our friend?
Right. Okay.
In fact, I just want to say this. Like Rude Ra was saying the other day, he might have said it in a lecture, or he might have said it to me, that Ra actually, or the sun, actually shrinks your pineal.
Yes. The sun. Okay, you have melanin in the skin. The melanocytes is a protector of the melanin inside of the body. The sun shrinks the pineal gland and makes it smaller. Get the book Genesis of the Grail Kings by what's the guy name? Lawrence
Gardner.
Sir Lawrence Gardner. Get Genesis of the Grail Kings, or get Realm of the Ring Lords. But it's in Genesis of the Grail King where they document it. The pineal gland is shrank based on that. Because it's a nighttime hormone. The melanocytes that make a person dark is to protect that person. So the melanin on the outside of the body has another function compared to the inner melanin. Inner melanin is the true melanin. You see what I'm saying? That illuminates us. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, if it didn't, why is it that the people that's the conscious on the planet are the Africans Americans?
Right.
And no matter how much the other people think, you see what I'm saying?
It don't matter, right?
It don't matter. We are the ones that's the spearhead. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have people in the Caribbean that's conscious, people that's African in the conscious, but there's one thing about it. If it was based on the Africans having more melanin than us, why are we the spearheads of the conscious movement?
That's right.
Because it's not talking about the melanin from the melanocytes. That's just to protect them from the rays of the sun.
Right.
But the melanin that we're talking about is the inner melanin, and you can damn near look white and have more melanin than the goddamn African that has a dark melanocytes. You see what I'm saying?
So at this time, that skin color, blue, black, and green hue,
that's just the representation. That just represented the original origin of the melanin producers.
Right.
But we're talking about here in an alchemical
process.
Change. The process is that the ones in the West is called the Great Mixing Bowl, and we're the ones that have all the different types of African strains in us based on slavery came and mixed all these different nations up in one person. So we are the finished product. You see what I'm saying? Because we have all of the African nations in our bloodlines, especially the African Americans.
Right, that's right. Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And the great mixing bowl is supposed to be in the West, the mixture, the body of Osiris. Do you know the word Osiris means the West?
Right. I see that.
The Westerner, the great Westerner.
The great Westerner.
It's in the Big Brown Faulkner Book of the Dead, the great Westerner. And they say a mentor will be in the West.
Right.
Everything will be in the West. The Son of Man will be in the West. And different aspect of that. Ra, on the other hand, is demiurge in the particular aspect, even so much so is why is it if Ra is not demiurge, why is it one of the tales of Aset or Isis? She ultimately, one of her last great tasks is she poisons Ra. Ra gets old and she poisons his ass and kills him, which represents she's getting rid of the enemy, the demiurge. Now in the coffin text, because we got it from the Gnostic, which is translated into the Coptic, and they talk about this demiurge, this subordinate deity that created this creation. But I wanted to find it in the hieroglyphics, which I was able to do by the help of a brother named a brother in Buffalo, New York. Can't think of his name right now. That was studying alchemy also, that found it in a book that I had already had, a book called The Daily Life of Egyptian Gods.
Right.
By Meeks, I can't think of the people's name, in there, and all that. There was a passage in there coming from the coffin text, so we know it's in the coffin text, which was the key that I needed. And stuff. In that particular part, the key that I needed was Ra demiurge. In this particular case, in that particular text, the coffin text that is captured in this book, Daily Life of Egyptian Gods, Ra invites, is getting old. You see what I'm saying? And he invites a bunch of gods, Horus, the pantheon of Egyptian pantheon, Isis and all of them, to his house for dinner. Metaphysical now. And then when he's in dinner, he eats all the gods and swallows them up. You see? The swallowing up is the same as the Jonah story. The gods, which used to be spiritual forces, were swallowed up and made into humans because he swallowed them up in his physical forces of vibration of the physical world and made them into human beings. So that's Zeus.
Right, that womb.
And the womb, yeah, well, he swallowed them up into the physical laws of the matrix.
Okay.
Which makes him demiurge, just like Zeus burn up the Titans and made them into humans and made them dependent on a human body, which used to be gods. So when Isis comes and poisons him, she represents a form of the alchemical process. The white Isis, black Isis, which is a dormant state, has to be changed into the white Isis. The light, she poisons him and he dies, and that's the metaphysical aspect of throwing off the physical body. And the physical body is nothing but an Amun Ra. And the sun out there is only a prism or an illusion. That if you go outside of the atmosphere, it don't even shine. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And it's cold.
And it's cold and all of that type of thing. That's that is a form of the matrix. You see, that's a form of the matrix.
Right.
And the wiring of the brain even makes that possible.
Right.
And that's this illusionary Ra. You see?
And they showed that in the movie Stargate, where he was the actual enemy.
Right.
And enslaving and so on and so forth.
Enslaving.
He wasn't
like
on
that.
outside.
So that is the Egyptian aspect of the demiurge. Now remember now in the even in the book, E. Wallace Budge's book, From Fetish to God, From Fetish to God in Ancient Egypt, his last book, 1939. In the back of that book, they have all these papyruses, and one of the papyruses is the creation of the world by Ra. And he starts his creation by overthrowing the great dragon or the great mother Apep, Tyr.
Right.
So he comes into existence. You see what I'm saying? As a renegade, which is Marduk in Babylon, Adal-Labrath. You see what I'm saying? In later day Egyptian or Coptic, and Ogu and Dogon and so on, and Zeus in Greece. You see, they come out the whole line of Titans.
Right.
And then goes to war and they fight them and and the Titans lose and they're transferred into humans.
Which are us.
Yeah.
Titans and the humans are.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, and the last thing, which is from this book, from at least this sidebar, the last thing of this sidebar from this book is they made an actual point of saying Set and Horus are one. There's a secret relationship of the two partners, of Set and Horus being one. And I've seen you show the picture of Horus looking forward with the falcon head, Set looking back with the reptilian head.
Right. So what has happened is this. Set is the primordial force. So we on still?
Yeah, we almost do.
Set is the primordial force. We can end after this shit because we got it.
We got 1 minute.
Set is the primordial force, but it needs to be further into a new existence. Horus represents the vehicle that transforms and transports Set to its new existence, which is the transformed Set as Horus on the horizon. So the darkness has to be transformed into light. Set only just means the primordial aspect.
Is it evil?
In 2 minutes, could you wrap up?
It's primordial.
All right.
It's great. We've gone through a whole lot of things to try to understand this thing, and a greater understanding is these alchemical formulas and the higher aspect of the mystery system through mundane texts that later on followed it, but those texts are not that much degraded to the point that they can't give up the information in these last days. And that's what we're doing. This has been a masterpiece and a master work. You see, we can go on for days and days, and we might have to do a part 2 to this.
Oh yeah, we got to.
And there's still more to that.
And it's a lot more.
I got Islam and all this stuff. How this came in.
Right, but this has been a great work tonight. So the process has been going on, and it is unbelievable.
And what's the title of this?
The title of this is Revelations the coming of the mysteries of old, or the return of the greater knowledge out of ignorance, or out of the darkness of ignorance. And we'll figure out when we get the title. You see what I'm saying? But it's alchemical ancient revelations.
Alchemical ancient revelation.
That sound right about right.
All right. On that note, everybody.
Ashe.
Panic as the host, Panic is brother, as the moderator and the person that knows questions.
Good job.
That's the Hanneman in him that basically inspired me to go above and beyond the duty of humanity to bring these mysteries to you.
And on that note, peace.
Peace.